one of your main Anjou heifers.
Sure like to welcome everyone this afternoon to the Chianina show, and we start with a nice, good individual entry here in your bull show in terms of body and look. April calf that's got the right kind of maturity. I like where the bull's at in terms of his condition. Get in behind the cattle. Shape and muscularity is good. Going to be interesting to see what this bull does throughout maturity in terms of his hind leg stability. But I think if that's good, the rest of him is real, real solid. My compliments to the individual entry.
And over in your Keangus Bull Show placings in Class 1, ours followed. First place goes entry number 155, CHBB Olivia's Blackout, exhibited by Cade Banter of Eaton, Indiana. Congratulations. Now making their way into the ring is Class 2 Keangus Late Junior Bull Calves.
Got a real good pair of bulls that I think complement each other, in my opinion, out here to study on the key side. Young lady's going to start our class, and we can start up front on this bull, and I really like this bull's head, his ruggedness and masculinity at this stage in his development. He looks like a bull. He's going to continue to be really powerfully muscled, like this bull in terms of his shape. A good blind, good bodied bull. I think everything fits. If we're going to, sit and wonder how we protect him in a breeding program, take him to the ground, and the shape to his foot I'd change just a little on both ends. That's where I like the bull in second. This bull's got good feet, big, stout-legged bull. I like that. It's his first show, and so as a result, the bull's not wanting to cooperate, and when he pulls back, it's hard to interpret what he's doing off of his rear leg, but I like this bull's foot and foundation. Just needs time to man up and get just a shot more masculinity and feature.
And placings in class number 2 over in your Keangus Bull Show. First place goes to entry number 157, BWHS Barbister, exhibited by Baron Strope of Onell, Nebraska. And second place in that class goes to entry number 156, Classic Intrigue 195M, exhibited by Classic Genetics of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Now in the ring will be the division selection of your Keangus Late Junior Bull Calf.
Really nice way to start over here on the main side. We've got 3 very competitive young May heifer calves, and there's give and take amongst all 3 of these, I guess, especially for me, this top pair, depending on how you want to prioritize out here. This heifer that I'm starting with, to me, just excels in terms of her balance and her style and her look. Really a deep-bodied, soft-bodied kind of a female. It's neat and elegant up through that front, and so good in terms of the stoutness and the power, bone work she has, and foot size she has. She's a little bigger framed one, and she's one that maybe doesn't have quite the power when I get right in behind her that the heifer in second does. Where I'd maybe change the most, we ask her to go. She wants to paddle off that front end just a bit, but when she settles down and relaxes out here, I certainly think sound enough in relation to the other advantages that she has out here. This female in second, when she wants to act good and give me a look, this heifer has a lot of quality to her. I like her better at the ground than our class winner. I like her muscle shape better than the class winner. Where this one challenges me a bit is as I study her up through her front end, she wants to get a little deeper in her throat and down through her chest and not give us that balance. She wants to cut up in her flank, have a little bit more navel underneath, not give us quite that style and that look maybe that our class winner does, but I think an excellent pair of females to work with there on the top end. And this heifer in second certainly has a ton of good in her as well. Awesome in her body shape, awesome in her balance from forward back to flank. She just gets a little bit more awkward in how she handles that hock and pastern today for a calf that age. Maybe like to just adjust her there just a bit, but I think one with a lot of quality to finish our class.
I was just talking to Dad out here as we're studying our ChiAngus bulls, and it just dawned on me, your main on Jew judge today, Alan Miller and I were teammates 30 years ago here at the North American, and nothing really maybe has changed over the last 30 years. He always did like to talk a lot, so we had to wait just a little bit till he's done with his 3, class of 3. But now we focus on making better ChiAngus cattle. Got a nice pair over here. You got to make the decision what you want to do about this younger bull calf's hock and stability. I think the lines and front 2/3 are good. I think we've got a commanding individual out here. Good on the stand, good in motion. I like this guy. I think the second place bull's settling in. The more he's out here, the more he's liking being a show calf at the North American. I like that bull's foot and foundation. Just needs a little time to flesh up and get a little more back shape. And a close decision for reserve. We're going to keep the pair out of class 2 together. Champions, the young lady in the vest, young man in the cowboy hats, reserve. Let's give all 3 bull exhibitors a nice round of applause.
And your Keangus Late Junior Bull Calf champion goes to entry number 157, BWHS Barster, exhibited by Baron Strope of Onell, Nebraska. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 156, Classic Intrigue 195M, exhibited by Classic Genetics of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 5 Keangus Early Junior Bull Calves. And over in your main Anjou heifer class 1, placings are as followed. First place goes entry number 105. CFCC Sugar Rush ET, exhibited by Michaelan Smith of Herberts, Wisconsin. Second place in that class will go to entry number 3, CLA Made Better 444M, exhibited by Mackenzie Heyer of Watsontown, Pennsylvania. And third place in that class will go to entry number 4, Katie Kendall, exhibited by Mallory Peter of Hicksville, Ohio. Please note entry number 5 was a scratch. Now in the ring is Class 2 main Anjou heifer calves. These heifers' date of birth range from April 28th through April 2nd of 2024.
We have an individual bull here within this division, and I tell you, I asked the gentleman when he was born. He said a January calf, and this bull's got some performance to him, doing a good job in terms of weight per day of age, great body, great capacity to grow and perform, and I think that's due to the length and extension he's got. Pretty good bull at the ground, and angles are pretty solid in my opinion. Bull just needs to hook a little different behind his shoulder, and if he does that, I really think a really performance-focused ChiAngus bull.
And first place in Class 5 over in your ChiAngus Bull Show goes to entry at number 159, PRES Echo, exhibited by Prescott Cattle Company of Winchester, Indiana. That calf will also be your automatic ChiAngus Early Junior Bull Calf Champion. Congratulations.
My co-judge here to my left had some real powerful evaluation words. A young man brought this bull by, and Dad looks at me and says, "Nice bull." Okay, that's not maybe real descriptive. This guy, I tell you what, you want to talk about a bull that's got the pattern, the look, the presence, and athleticism. I like this bull's condition. Love his balance from a profile, but what's exciting about him, get on both ends of this cattle, and he's got muscle, he's got skeletal width, body design's good, testicles set in him well. That is really, really a good bull here. Individual entry in your ChiAngus division.
And first place in Class 8 over in your ChiAngus Bull Show goes to entry number 161, BMW Valor King 44L, exhibited by Weingartner Show Cattle of Harrod, Ohio. Congratulations. Now in your ring will be Class 9 ChiAngus Junior Bulls.
Going to be a fun pair of bulls to talk about here in just a little bit within this particular division. This guy comes in obviously just a shot more moderate in his mature size than what the previous class winner was. Started at the ground, got giant feet, giant appendages in terms of foot and bone, got a masculine look about his head. He's a proud fronted bull, really, really stout. Going to be a good one here to talk about with your other class winner.
And first place in Class 9 over in your ChiAngus Junior Bull Show, or Junior Yearling Bulls, goes to entry number 162, LLW Cardinal Crosshair, exhibited by Classic Genetics of Armored, Oklahoma.
Really another nice class over here on the main Anjou side. And to me, as soon as they hit the ring, this is the pair that kind of comes to the top, and you just got to kind of decide where you want to land in terms of, you know, one that I ended up leaving second, maybe a little more ready today, or this one that, to me, I just see an awful lot of future here. To start with, this calf, a little more moderate, a little greener, a little fresher out here today. One that's still super rugged in terms of her build, her bone, and her footwork, can really hand it well when we ask her to get out and go. We could change that one in her hip structure just a bit, but that's where this heifer in second probably doesn't have much of an advantage. That's one place I'd pick on her as well. Obviously, a super high quality heifer here in second, one with a lot of boldness and a lot of shape and dimension all the way through. Excellent pair of heifers up there on the top end. Then we come into a heifer here in third that has an awful lot of quality to her as well. Another big-bodied, bold-made kind of a female. It's a little more refined at the ground. Doesn't maybe handle it quite as well in terms of relaxing her pasterns and getting out and go maybe quite as well as that top pair. I think a high-quality heifer there with a lot of width and dimension and boldness to her. Follow her then the one that just gives up quite a bit of power to those top three. But she's one that's very complete in her pattern and design. Super good-looking and attractive up there her front end. Enough rib shape to her, sound enough, one without a big hole, one that maybe just doesn't have the extra special parts and pieces that that top trio does. We follow her then with one that we can start to pick apart a little bit more in terms of her structure. She gets a little plainer up through that front end and down through that chest, wants to jack up that tail head just a little bit more, but she is one that gives us a nice look and style when it gets all set up here from the side in terms of her overall profile. And then we finish the class with another heifer that certainly has some quality and usefulness to her, but she's just a little bit more awkward in her hock and down at her ankle, a little bit more rounded out that hip, maybe not just quite the overall look and power we have higher up in that class.
I think a very close decision out here, and I compliment, first of all, I compliment both breeders for bringing their bulls to the show. It seems to be a trend in recent years that you don't want to show your bull because then he'll get beat. And if you leave him home, he's the best one in the country because he's undefeated. So I compliment both these guys to represent their breeding programs at home. You bring the top side of the pedigree of what you're thinking about, what you're doing on your cow base, and I think both these bulls have tremendous breeding value. In a show ring setting, man, this Class 1 bull weighs 1,900 pounds, and he sure moves and looks like an athlete. That's hard to do at that weight, that mass and substance, to move as comfortably as he does. I think really, really commanding. I love that bull's balance. I love his pattern. Pretty good footed bull. If I was going to be picky, I'd maybe stouten his skull up just a shade, but man, he is put together nice to make females that have width and muscle. Bull in second, wins second class. He's got that extra bit of crest and feature up front. Big-footed bull, big bone bull. I get in front of him. I'd like to square him up just a shade up front, get behind him and watch him go. He'll do just a little different stuff with his hock, but I think that's being very, very critical because you step back, and if you like cows just a shot more moderate, I actually like his mature size quite well. So great pair of bulls. They obviously function in different capacities within a breeding program. For today, we're going to use the bull that wins the first class for champion, bull that wins the second class for reserve. Once again, let's show them our appreciation, my compliments for bringing big bulls to Louisville.
And your division winner over in your Keangus Bull Show goes to entry number 161, a BMW Valor King 44L, exhibited by Weingarter Show Cattle of Harrod, Ohio. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 162, LLW Cardinal Crosshair, exhibited by Classic Genetics of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Congratulations. We're now ready to select your grand champion Keangus Bull here at the North American. Again, we're ready for your selection of your Keangus Bull champion. As those bulls are making their way in the ring, I would like to announce this time that this year the American Chianina Association is humbled to honor three gentlemen, Roger Dentner, Jerry Stewart, and John Woodruff, who made a substantial impact on their association during their years of involvement. Their passion and commitment to the Keangus breed created a legacy that will continue to impact the association and how its breeders for years to come. We sadly lost all three of these men in the last year. However, their positive impacts on the breed and the association are still evident today. The first one I'd like to introduce is Mr. Jerry Stewart. Jerry was a visionary leader in the Keangus and Chianina cattle industry, renowned for his dedication to advancing the breed and his unyielding commitment to excellence. His journey in the cattle industry took a significant turn when he found and developed the Southern Light Keangus cow herd, a prominent operation known for its impact on the Keangus genetics and breed standards. Jerry's journey into the field began in the early 1990s, as he actively sought to build a reputable herd and enlist industry experts to join him in his venue. Under Jerry's leadership, Southern Light made substantial contributions to the Keangus breed, notably in developing influential cow families and pioneered successful production sales. The herd included high-quality genetics like influential Woodhaven Jessica cow, which became a symbol of the breed excellence after winning her division in the 1994 National Show in Louisville. His passion for the cattle extended beyond more business as he became a trusted ambassador for the Keangus cattle, promoting their value in both show ring and commercial markets. As a respected member of the chairman of the American Chianina Association Board of Directors, Jerry was committed to advocating for the breed's best interest, even when facing optimism. His dedication helped Southern Light become a leader in the cattle registrations and top source of genetics that continue to influence the Keangus breed today. His non-nonsense, honest approach to cattle breeding and his unwavering support for Southern Light's mission had left an indelible legacy, making him a model for integrity and vision in the industry. The American Chianina Association is proud to honor Jerry as one of our 2024 National Show honorees. Accepting this award today is Jerry's wife, Denise, and their daughter, Mary, and her girls. If you could join me in giving a big round of applause for this great honoree.
Here in your Keangus Bull Show, really compliment the exhibitors as we've talked about. I've described the bulls individually, and so we don't need to necessarily do that. I would encourage you as Keangus enthusiasts to go back, talk to the breeders, get to know the pedigrees, get to know the cow families behind these bulls, and know how they fit in your program. So as judges, we sit out here, just share our brief thoughts with you, and we'll go from there. The pair of bull calves are good. Middle division winners very solid, but I think when you think about what it takes to get a big bull to the North American and have them right, have them ready, we're going to keep the pair of big ones together. 161 is champion, reserve is the young man back there. Let's congratulate both breeders here in your Keangus Show, champion and reserve champion.
And your grand champion Keangus bull here at the 2024 North American goes to entry number 161 BMW Valor King 44L, exhibited by Weingartner Show Cattle of Harrod, Ohio. Congratulations. Your reserve grand champion Keangus bull here at the North American goes to entry number 162 LLW Cardinal Crosshair, exhibited by Classic Genetics of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Make the shift into the Key Bull Show here, and man, we've got a high quality calf to sit out here and study. Bull comes in with that big ring presence and look of quality when he comes at you. Start at the ground, the feet, the forearm are good. The angles and joints are good. I think a quality bull on the stand, athletic bull in motion. Going to be exciting to see what this guy does throughout his growth curve towards maturity.
And first place in class number 14 in your Keangus Bull Show goes to entry number 105, WMH Bullseye 383M, exhibited by Vince Hoffman of Culver, Indiana. That bull will automatically be your champion, late junior bull calf champion. Congratulations. And catching up over in your main Anjou Heifer Show placings in Class 2 are as followed. First place goes entry number 7, Miss Vivian E.T., exhibited by Haley Jark of Farmont, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 13, JBT Miss Lucky 16M, exhibited by Connor London of Sycamore, Pennsylvania. And third place in that class goes to entry number 8, SFFC First Lady, exhibited by Grace Shute of Greensboro, Indiana. And in fourth place in that class goes to entry number 11, CJP Proots Miss Heidi, exhibited by Lily Vaught of Bernie, Texas. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 9, exhibited by Mason Joloff of Kenton, Ohio. And sixth place goes to entry number 6, exhibited by Bristol Tipton of Hopedale, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
I think an interesting trio over here on the main side, and I think give and take amongst these three depending on where and when you catch them. There's things you really like about each of them, but for me, the one that just puts it all together the best out here on the go or giving us the look from the side is heifer here that starts the class. This young lady who really got a high quality heifer out here, super from the side in terms of her body, in terms of her angles, and still attractive and up through her front end when we ask her to go, really flexible off of both ends of her skeleton and plenty enough power when we get in behind her. Nicely balanced, high quality, nice female to start with. To me, there's probably a little bit more debate between second and third. I think from a profile and balance and power standpoint, I think second heifer follows our class winner a little more closely. She concerns me at times. She wants to look just ever so slightly straighter out of that front shoulder and front knee, maybe just a touch plainer down through that neck and into that chest, but an excellent kind of a female when the young lady gets her all set up and gives us a look from the side, a tremendous amount of quality. Now this heifer in third, man, when you ask them to go, this one can run with anything we've seen today. Awesome at the ground, big-footed, super flexible, really gets out and travels and really pulls herself together when we get her out and going. It's when we get her stopped and parked that she just doesn't want to put herself together. She wants to get a little lower in her pins and a little rounder in her hip, maybe just ever so slightly plainer through that front chest that throws her balance off just a touch from the side, but three very, very nice ones up there on the top end. I think we get into a pair that's very different in their type and kind. This heifer in fourth, super stout, super powered up, almost to the point of being a little coarse and maybe not quite as maternal maybe as I'd like to see, but very unique in terms of some of the parts and pieces she presents. And then we follow her with one that's a little bit more the other side, maybe just a touch more refined and touch flatter from behind than some of those higher up, ever so slightly wants to get a little straighter in how she wants to travel around the ring today, but a nicely balanced, really stylish kind of a female. Follow her with one then that for me we just need to loosen her up and soften her up in her rib shape. She's good in a line, straight and balanced in her design, type and kind. Just like to see a little more center mass to that effort. Follow her then with one that when she goes, she wants to really jack her tail head up and break in her loin a bit and get a little straighter out of that front shoulder, but a powerful kind of a female with a lot of bone and muscle. And we finish that heifer up, or the class up then with one that's a little plainer in her look, but a big-bodied, heavy muscle kind of a female that has something to offer from a power and performance standpoint.
We start a new division and have a really, really high-quality class winner. Dad's like, man, I like how that bull gets his head and neck up right out of the top of his shoulder, and I think he does that because I love this bull's angles on both ends. I think the slope to his shoulder where his knee sets in him allows for that captivating look up front, get the bull in motion, and I love the posture and set to his hind leg. He gets down with some depth to his heel and goes very, very comfortable from behind. I like the bull on the stand. I actually like him better in motion. I think his hip levels out and the plane of his top line come together really, really good. My compliments on an incredibly good individual class winner.
And a correction over in your ChiAngus Bull Show, your grand champion ChiAngus Bull goes to entry number 161, owned by Weingartner Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio, also owned by Van Voorhees Cattle Company. Congratulations to that ChiAngus Bull champion. And first place in class number 17 over in your Keangus Bull Show goes to entry number 106, Why Not Imiku Mayhem, exhibited by Hannah J. Tompmiller, Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Congratulations.
As we have our first calf division over here on the main side, I think there's been an awful lot of quality in these first three classes. As I talked about them, there's some things that I'm sure any different judge, different day could do differently in some of these pairs, or even a couple of the thirds that we've seen out here. I think have a lot of good in them. I think it's close, but for me, there's a pretty logical place to go for our champion. Maybe a little bit more debate reserved, but I'll show you how I like them at this time. Congratulations to our first division of high mains.
And your Division I champion, junior heifer calf, over in your main Andrew show goes to entry number 27, MILC Hope 211M, exhibited by Dylan Miller of Galveston, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve division champion goes entry number 7, Miss Vivian E.T., exhibited by Haley Jerk of Farmont, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 4 main Andrew heifer calves. Again, now entering the ring now is Class 4 main Andrew heifer calves.
Welcome to the world of genetic variation within a breed. I think we've covered 3 different types of bull prospects out here. Without a doubt, the young man in the gray vest had a ChiAngus bull that was pretty solid, maybe just a little wonky behind. And I asked him, I said, which bull you like better? He said this one. I said, absolutely. I like this bull's shape and muscle, but then I think when he gets in motion, just a little more stable and coordinated when you watch him go right away. I like this bull's shape. I like his body, particularly relative to his frame size and length of body. Everything fits. The black and white bull in second and third, 2 totally different types of bulls out here. I think post-weaning management nutrition is playing a little bit of role in it. We're going to use the black and white bull here for second. Like his shape, like his body, like his chub that he's got to him. You take him to the ground, and the size to his ankle and rear foot isn't maybe ideal relative to the size to his hock. And I think when he gets in motion, he just built a little small at the ground. But I love him from there up in terms of body mass and muscularity. I think an athletic bull comes in third. I like this guy's quality. I like his joints, but this guy just hasn't been turned loose on feed yet. As a result, he's just a little green in his condition today. So we're going to leave them as they are against the fence line. My compliments once again.
And placings in class number 18 over in your Keangus early junior bull calves goes to entry at number 108, CHBB Who That Force, exhibited by Kate Banter of Eaton, Indiana. And second place in that class will go to entry number 109, CHRL Gentry, exhibited by Blake Kessler of LaPorte, Indiana. Blake Kessler of LaPorte, Indiana. And third place in that class will go to entry number 111, BAME Lights Out, exhibited by Caleb BAME of Findlay, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be class 19.
Got another individual entry, and the young man just kind of posing right here, profile, so the camera and the viewing audience at home can appreciate his profile. Like this bull's extension and length of body. I think as we talk about the basics in terms of breeding fundamentals, I'd like to clean him up just a shot in the sheath. And I think angles up front are just a shot vertical, but like I said, bull's got some frame, some grows, some length of body to him. My compliments here on an individual entry.
And first place in class 19 goes to entry number 113, DYEX Red Rocks 32M, exhibited by Drew Diehouse of Broadhead, Kentucky. Congratulations. We're now ready to select your Keangus Early Junior Bull Calf Division champion. Would like to take this time to introduce your judge over in your Keangus show over here, Mr. Mark Hodge. Dr. Mark Ho grew up with a diverse livestock background showing cattle, hogs, and sheep. Mark pursued his interest in animal science and livestock judging throughout college. He attended Blackhawk East and then the University of Illinois. While at both institutions, he was very active on the livestock judging team, where there he attended Iowa State University to attend his master's degree in animal breeding. While at ISU, Mark coached the livestock judging team, advised students, and taught animal science classes. He found an interest in teaching, research, and then dedication to pursue his PhD in animal breeding at Michigan State University. Mark is here with his wife, Kate, and their kids, Carter, Nolan, and Nora, and they own and operate Hogue Livestock in Good Hope, Illinois. They are all active in the show industry. Please welcome Mr. Mark Hogue.
Thank you. Here in our bull division, I wanted to beat Miller to the microphone as we try to be efficient with our afternoon, because the limousine show starts after this. Got some nice cattle out here. Obviously, there's two that stand out in terms of that extra bit of quality and uniqueness, but study the pair. Dad and I love the angles, the function, and the quality of building females like this bull prospect has the potential to do. Young ladies champion, young man out of Class 2's reserve. Let's give all three exhibitors that represent this division a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Mark. And over here on the main side, I think we got a pretty logical class over here. In my opinion, an easy place to start. A female that just hits the ring, looking incredible on the move in terms of her flexibility, her angle, how she covers the ring out here. Great in her belly shape and her rib shape. She's a female, I'm going to tell you, is the most powerful one we'll see all day today, but I appreciate her freshness. I appreciate the longevity this one appears to have. I think just a heifer that's really, really great in her presentation today, in her condition today, in her soundness, her athleticism. Very, very nice place to start. I think from there, there's a little more give and take, particularly in between second and third. I chose to go with the female that, for me, she's just a little more moderate. She's a little stouter structured, a little wider built kind of a female. She's not as exquisite up through that front third. She's maybe not quite as good in her reach when we ask her to go, but I think a female that's really, really brings a lot to the table in terms of just power, length, dimension, and overall stoutness. The heifer then that comes next is one that maybe is just a touch more flexible. She's maybe just a touch more nicely balanced in terms of her look up through her front end, but she is one that for her extra frame size gets a little flatter, gets just a touch maybe not quite as massive through her center body in terms of her shape and dimension, but a very nicely balanced kind of female, very attractive female, certainly one we could switch up into second. I don't want to argue with you very long. That's the close pair within this class in my opinion. Then we come next with a heifer in fourth, a female that's really long-sided, really got a lot of length and extension up through that front end, but she's one that runs out a little gas for me in terms of being a little higher in her flank, a little tighter there when I get behind her in terms of being a little narrower in overall structure, maybe a little bit more refined in her ground, but a female that has a lot of look. And I like that about her. And then we finish up the class with a nice cow prospect. She's a big-bodied one that's sound enough in her build, but she's a little plainer fronted, as give us overall look and style and balance that these heifers higher up have, but a nice female in terms of rib shape and depth and capacity.
We've got an individual entry here within this division. We had a scratch in the next class. And, you know, you think about Chianina bulls, you think about look, you think about muscularity. And I think this bull's got both of them. He's really, really true and shapely down his top line. Got a great turn and shape to his hip and quarter. Got that bull's presence and arrogance up front. I think a good cattle up front. My compliments here. Congratulate the young man on a champion division here at the North American.
And catching up over in your Keangus Bull Show, your Keangus Early Junior Bull Calf Division Champion goes entry number 106, exhibited by Hannah Miller of Pleasant Plain, Ohio. And your Reserve Division Champion will go to entry number 108, exhibited by Keia Banter of Eaton, Indiana. And first place in Class 22, an automatic Keia Senior Bull Calf Champion, goes entry number 114, CFBC Mr. Stanley, exhibited by Britton Mayor Ashton of Hicksville, Ohio. Congratulations.
Single entry over here on the main side, and our only fall calf, so it'll also be our automatic fall division champion. And female that's really stout, really powerful in her build. We get her set up here from the side. She gives you an awesome look. You maybe just could be a touch more flexible, maybe in that hock and in how she gets around and travels, but certainly one just from a power and dimension standpoint, one that can give you a killer look here from the side. Another real high quality kind of a female here for a single entry in this division.
Got another quality key bull out here to study in terms of his rugged, range-ready kind of look and compositions, right? Lean, muscular, attractive bull up front. Got a huge front foot, got a big forearm, and that's a great indicator of genuine cattle from there back. Bull get just a nickel type behind, but I think that's been picky on a quality one. Maybe like to change the shape to his right testicle, just a shade there. But I sure think the big picture, that bull's got a lot of value.
And first place in Class 26, an automatic yearling bull division champion, goes entry number 117, DAJS The Mark, exhibited by Katie and Sam Rucker of Montauk, Texas. Congratulations.
Another single entry here as we get into this summer division here, and congratulations, this young lady, on our summer division champion out here. A female that's very powerful, a female that's really wide when you get behind her, a female that's good in terms of her straightness of lines and the style she gives you out here. Yes, maybe a little bit extra chest and brisket there than ideal, but I think in terms of one that just gives you a nice profile, one that's sound enough and how she gets around, one that has a lot of muscle shape, nice kind of a female there for a summer division champion.
I just told Dad I liked checking the weights when they come across the scales just to see in modern day beef show ring potential how much weight and bulk we can put on cattle and yet have them look coordinated and look symmetrical. And I think this bull does. Big, stout, featured kind of bull, good bodied, got some fire to him. Love his shape, love his muscularity. I think a really nice individual entry here.
And first place in Class 29 over here in your Keangus Bull Show goes entry number 119, CFBC Chief, exhibited by Brittany Mary Ashton of Hicksville, Ohio. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 30.
Dad and I sit out here and discuss another individual entry. Front 2/3 of this bull really impressed Dad and I in terms of his look and strength up front. Got a good foot shape underneath him, and I think his blade is set right on his rib to let him get out and go up front really well. Dad said, I like to clean him up in a sheet just a shot. Then when this bull will get in motion, he'll tuck up underneath himself just a shade, but he's still got a big hind leg. And for a lean condition bull, I like where this bull's spread to his hip is up high. Got some volume and dimension and length there. Good kind of a cattle here on the Key Bull side.
And first place in Class 30 over in your Keangus Bull Show goes to entry number 120 at WJM Southside, exhibited by WJM Cattle from Monarch, Illinois. Congratulations. We're now ready to select your yearling bull division champion. And to catch you up over in your main Angus show, first place in class number 28 goes to entry number, class 4. First place goes to entry number 28, which will be automatic Division 2 champion. And your reserve division champion, second place in that class, will go to entry number 31. And first place in Class 5 and automatic Division 3 champion will go to entry number 35. And first place in Class 6 and automatic Division 4 champion will go to entry number 46. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 7 main Anjou heifers.
I think here in Class 7 on the main Anjou side, I think a fairly logical lineup. I'm going to leave them just in the order as they come in here. This heifer that I'm starting with, especially from her shoulders back, I think dominates this class just in terms of her rib shape, her muscle, her overall stoutness and power. Now, she is a little lower-headed one that doesn't want to just get as proud and attractive in her look up through her front third as maybe that heifer in second, and that's what makes it maybe a little bit closer. Obviously, I like the front end in the second female. I like how that neck sets up higher out of the top of her shoulder. I like that attractiveness up through that front third. But when you get to her back third, she's a little shorter hipped one that's a little more refined in her bone work, a little frailer at the ground, and doesn't show me the power when I get in behind her that our class winner does. Now, in terms of one, the power and dimension, that's certainly our third place female. I appreciate this heifer when I step in behind her. Wide hipped, heavy muscled, powerful kind of a female. For me, she's a little more elevated. I just like to maybe tone her down, give her a little bit more rib shape and dimension, but certainly one in terms of power and performance and muscle, a lot of quality in that third female.
Thank you, sir. There you go.
And first place in Class 7 over in your main Anjou female show goes to entry number 48, BBR Luscious 371L, exhibited by Ashlyn Moole of Lexington, Illinois. And second place in that class will go to entry number 51, MCCF Lucille ET, exhibited by Abby Dietrich of Wilshire, Ohio. And third place in that class will go to entry number 52, FCF 132A Miss, exhibited by Fancy Creek FM Prairie Cross of Sherman, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 8. Would like to take this time to introduce your judge over in your main Anjou show, Mr. Alan Miller. Dr. Alan Miller is a third-generation Angus breeder who grew up on his family farm near Gridley, Illinois. His grandfather Adam Shroop began an Angus cattle herd in the late 1940s and was active in the purebred Angus business through the 60s. 40 years ago, Alan's parents, Orlin and Carol Miller, began revitalizing the Angus herd and named the operation Prairie View Farms, PVF. He served on the National Junior Angus Board of Directors from 1993 to 1995 and was selected as a finalist in the National Junior Angus Showmanship Contest and attended the first lead conference there for the breed. His exposure to the Angus industry turned an interest as a young Angus showman into a successful career. PVF is a family operation that Alan and his wife Teresa operate in close cooperation with brother-in-law and sister Brandon and Kathy Jones. If you could join me in giving Mr. Alan Miller a big round of applause for being out here on the Green Shavings.
I'll be honest with you, Dad and I have really debated this pair of bulls because they're really different in terms of how they're presented. They're different in terms of their build, and I think they're both quality. They're both close, and it's depending on what you need at home and what your cow base needs. The first class winner standing, I love him. I think that's a good bull. Neck comes out high, got a good shape, got a good body contour to him, and he's really show ready today. He'll get in motion. He'll just come just a little rolled forward in his shoulder, and he'll get up in his back just a shot. But then that young lady gets him set, and she told me she covered cows. I got my hands on him through the hair. That bull's still muscular. He's really good in terms of his condition. I think a good kind of cattle. I like the neck, the head, the shoulder slope, and the front foot of the bull in second. This guy's more in his working clothes, not as good haired, and I'm like, man, I like this bull at the ground. He's functional, but in a show ring setting, those aesthetically pleasing lines down their top line and hip doesn't hit you quite as hard. I actually like the bull better in motion than I do in stand, and that's a good thing. That's a good reason there, in my opinion. So we go back and forth, and I compliment both breeders, but it's about consistency of views. In my opinion, we're going to use the young lady's bull for champion. The gentleman wins Class 2. Going to be reserving this division. Very, very close call. Both bulls have real turnout value. My compliments to both.
And your Keia Junior Yearling Bull Division champion goes to entry number 119, CFBC Chief, exhibited by Brittany Marie Ashton of Hicksville, Ohio. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 120, WJM Southside, exhibited by WJM Cattle of Minogue, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring will be Class 33 Keia Senior Yearling Bulls. And over in your main Andrew show, we would like to take this time and introduce your main Andrew Junior Board of Directors. We have Kendall Linhard of Indiana, John Haven Stalvey of Georgia, Maylee Dean of Georgia, and Emma Yoakum of Ohio. They're been helping us in the ring this afternoon. We also have with us our main Andrew Queen, Jalen Wolfinger of Nebraska. Let's give these folks a big round of applause for being out here with us.
Got a great big long-bodied extended kind of an individual entry out here. Got some bone, got some feature. I like the bull in the profile. You study him at the ground, and I'd change not only his shape to his front foot just a shot, but I'd shorten his dew claw up just a little. That's kind of a little aggressive there in terms of his dew claw length. Get behind the bull, and I think he's got some upper body shape. Not like to continue to spread that bull just a shot if we could. Down through his hock. I like where his hock sets in his framework relative to his pin set down through the ground. So bull's got some interesting pieces out here in your key show.
And first place in Class 33, an automatic Keia Senior Yearling Bull, goes to entry number 121, CFBC Tonto, exhibited by Brittany Marie Ashton of Hicksville, Ohio. Congratulations. We're now ready to select your grand champion Keia Bull here at the North American. And also helping Mr. Mark Hogue evaluate our key show today will be his father, Mr. Dan Hogue. Dan was born and reared on a livestock and grain farm near Walnut, Illinois, where him and his father Elmer was a prominent Duroc breeder for many years. He and his wife Dina currently live in Walnut and continue to participate in a family show pig operation near Good Hope. They have 2 children, Kathy and Mark, who's with us today, with his wife Kate, and 3 grandchildren, Carter, Noah, Nolan, and Nora. If you can, let's give another big round of applause for Mr. Mark and Dan Hogue.
Well, this is one of those classes where I don't need to tell anybody the quality that we got in these top 3 females and just how much good is in them. And it's just obviously going to be a matter of where you want to draw some lines and where you want to put your personal preferences. And I could sit out here all day long and look at these 3 and appreciate different things that all 3 of these bring to the table. And I guarantee you everyone around here, depending on what dog you've got in the fight, is going to like any one of these 3. And I wouldn't argue with you for a minute. For me, the safe, easy thing to do is just go with the one that to me is just right down the middle of the road. Super high quality, fresh in her presentation, sound in her movement, tremendous amount of shape when I get in behind her. Maybe not quite as elite through that front third as the heifer we have in second, but from there back, just in terms of her body shape, in terms of some extra stoutness into the ground and power, I like that heifer a lot. This heifer in second, for me, there's enough of her. Some people, maybe she's a little low fronted, maybe there's not quite enough female there. I love how fresh she is. I love how good she is in her movement. I love for being that neat and that attractive and that cool up through that front end to still have that power and that dimension when I get in behind her. Another super high quality heifer. And then this female that comes out third, hey, if there's not too much there, that heifer's awesome. I mean, that heifer is super good at the ground. She's super good in her movement. For me, she's maybe just got a little extra condition on her. She's a little soft and jiggles when she goes a bit. At pushing 1,800 pounds, she's getting up there in terms of her weight and mature size. But hey, that thing is going to generate a ton as well. Super high quality individual there in third as well. 3 awesome females. I think from there, young man's got a nice heifer in fourth that just comes into a lot of heat here on the top end, but she is a good female in terms of her thickness, in terms of her body and her extension, just not quite as elite as that top end. And then we finish the class with one that just needs to get out and go a touch better, but appreciate her thickness and her power and overall muscle dimension.
And placings in class number 8 over in your main Anjou show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 58, BKMT Lucky Stars, exhibited by Sloan Curtin of Oxford, Iowa. And second place in that class will go to entry number 64, LLL Lux 101L, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. And third place in that class will go to entry number 60, Penelope ET, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. Fourth place in that class will go to entry number 59, PRES Miley 323L, exhibited by Reed Schermacher of Columbus Grove, Ohio. And fifth place in that class will go to entry number 62, DDDD Daisy, exhibited by Holden Downing of DeGraft, Ohio. And please note entry number 57 and 66 were scratches.
Over here on the main side, two excellent classes, really strong division. No reason to take too long. These two out of this last class are incredible. That's going to be your champion and your reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Here on the key bull side of things, it's really interesting. You can debate, do you go young, do you go 2-year-old or coming 2-year-old bulls? You go through your mind and, how much muscle does the top side need? Sometimes in the show cattle world with the dollar value of heifers, you say, man, this bull is going to make heifers, this bull is going to make heifers, but rest assured, I don't want my bull to look like a heifer. They need to have muscle, they need to have power, and at how much power, at what expense in terms of skeletal design. This is what I see. You got to decide if the first division winner's sounding up behind. He's a little vertical, front 2/3 are cool. That is a high quality animal right there with the best running gear that wins Division 2 by far. Get on top of him, and I'm like, come on now, from this point on, it's time to man up, get some horsepower and some heat down his back because the build is there. Good functional turnout bull here, represents good solid cattle. Don't know if there's enough extras, bells, and whistles. Got a good bull here in his working clothes. We talked about his testicle shape. I'd change just a shot, but I like that bull's front foot and forearm. On the stand, we've got a bull here that wins this division that I like his body. I like his feature. He's presented, and he comes to Louisville in the North American to want to be competitive, and I like his balance. Get him in motion, and you got to say, hey, does this bull get out of his front end just comfortably enough? Got a good one behind in his working clothes. It's good at the ground. Maybe doesn't have the lines. And look, our final bull, in terms of extension and length, is cool. Study that bull's skull and study his head. I don't know if there's just enough masculinity and feature there long term. Tough calls, in my opinion. Dad and I'm not sure we're on the same page, but I'm a big first impression judge. First impression, the highest quality bull that hit me the hardest initially. Champion's going to be D2 champion. Reserve's going to be 121 right down here, the White Sheath Bull. Let's give them all a great, great round of applause for a nice show.
Our single is senior yearling over here on the main side. A nice profiling kind of a female here, a female with some body depth and capacity. Maybe could see her just a little bit farther along in terms of gestation here at this point, but that's picking on one that's very nice in terms of her rib shape, in terms of the muscle she has, the bounce she has up through her front end. Nice individual here for this single entry.
And your grand champion Keangus bull goes to entry at number 106. Why not EMKC Mayhem, exhibited by Hannah Jo Topmiller of Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Keangus bull goes to entry at number 119 CFBC Chief, exhibited by Brittany Marie Ashton of Hickville, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Single cow-calf pair over here on the main side. A female that when she stops here, we really can appreciate the udder quality that this one has in terms of the teat placement and size and refinement. Maybe could shorten them just ever so slightly to be perfect, but certainly a very nice udder underneath her, and obviously doing a really good job with a big bull calf in there behind her. She's a cow that gives us a good look. She's a cow with good body, good muscle shape and dimension. Nice kind of a female there with a big, strong, powerful bull calf behind her. Congratulations to our champion cow-calf pair.
And catching up over in your main Angus show, your first place, or excuse me, your Division 5 champion will go to entry at number 58, BKMT Lucky Stars, exhibited by Sloan Curtin of Oxford, Iowa. And your reserve division will go to entry number 64, LLL Lux, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Congratulations. And first place in Class 9 and Automatic Division 6 champion will go to entry number 67, THUN. In LLEM Miss Tinsel, exhibited by Luke Lewaski of Marina, Ohio. And first place in Class 10 in Automatic Division 7 champion, Class 10 Cow Calves and Automatic Division 7 champion Cow Calf will go to inch number 87, EJB Wovicki 519C, exhibited by Leslie Mesh of Collins, New York. Congratulations. And we are now ready to select your grand champion main Anjou heifer here at the North American.
Over here on the main side, as we have our champion female out here in front of us, I'm not nearly as good as my counterpart in the other microphone at creating enthusiasm and excitement out here, but I certainly think we had plenty of it in at least in one class out here. There was a tremendous amount of quality throughout this show. There's a couple of these calves down here that obviously have every bit the potential to be the quality that we saw in some of these junior yearlings later on in life, and I think they're certainly worth an extra look and an extra study. But for me, probably the three heifers that were the most in the hunt today all came out of one class. They all came out of one division. I'm going to keep them together for your champion reserve. That's going to be the two heifers right here in front of me. Congratulations, these young people.
And your grand champion main Anjou heifer here at the North American goes to entry number 58, BKMT Lucky Stars 318L, exhibited by Sloan Curtin of Oxford, Iowa. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion main Anjou heifer goes to entry at number 64, LLL Lux 101L, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to all those main Anjou heifer exhibitors. And after we get pictures of your main Anjou females, we will be moving into Class 11 main Anjou bulls here in Broadbent. As well as we get our Chianina bulls and ChiAngus bulls pictured, we will be moving in with Class 38 ChiAngus heifers here in Broadbent. And again, we are ready for that Class 11 main Anjou bull calves to be making their way in the ring. Again, we're ready for Class 11 main Anjou bull calves.
Says you get your fancy steak and beets and all that last night. Good for you. We ordered the steak or the beets.
Um,
As we start the bull show over here on the main Anjou side, we've got a nice little June calf here to start with, and a calf that really hits the ring with a lot of quality in terms of its mobility, in terms of his stoutness and power and ruggedness. Maybe if we wanted to pick on him, we could set we could set him down in his tail head just ever so slightly. But I think in terms of a bull with a lot of good on both ends of his skeleton, I like this calf quite a bit.
And first place in Class 11 over in your main Anjou bull show goes to entry at number 68, MJM All In, exhibited by Micah Malone of Cynthiana, Kentucky. Now entering the ring now is Class 12 main Anjou bulls.
Little bit of give and take over here in this pair of main Anjou bulls. Obviously, the bull with a little bit more ruggedness, a little bit more stoutness and power to him is the black bull that I'm starting with. He's balances a little better there, and through his chest and back through his rib cage. He blends smoother there from his shoulders back into his forerib and a little deeper in his flank. He's not quite as flexible in his pasterns and how he gets around and travels out of that hock maybe as the bull in second, and so I think there's a little give and take there. But for me, the extra stoutness, extension, power and balance, I think the black bull's where to start. This red bull then in second, as I said, very flexible, very sound, very athletic bull that has plenty of muscle shaping behind him. Just like to maybe balance him up a touch, blend him into his smoother and smoother into his shoulder and into his forerib.
And first place in class number 12 over in your main Anjou Bull Show goes to entry number 72, LJM Video Gone Viral, exhibited by Leslie Mesk of Collins, New York. And second place in that class will go to entry number 71, FCF Red Eagle 436M, exhibited by Fancy Creek FM Prairie Cross, Sherman, Illinois. And please note, entry number 73 was a scratch. Now in the ring is class 13 main Anjou Bull Calves. And we are now ready for class number 38, Keangus Summer Heifer Calves. Again, we're ready for that first class of Keangus heifers to be making their way into the ring.
As Alan was talking about, really trying to grab the microphone and build enthusiasm as an audience. If you look at the Chianina side, our audience is maybe a little sleepy today in a spot or two. Probably not. Probably I need to pick up the pace just a little bit in terms of keeping people engaged. We're going to start with the ChiAngus female show. We're going to be efficient. Lots of more cattle to sort today. Beautiful, immature, juvenile-looking little ChiAngus female. Good joints, got the right kind of angles to her. I think going to have a real bright future. My compliments. It's a nice one.
And first place in class 38 in automatic Keangus Summer Heifer Calf Division champion goes to entry number 123, WRAHRY Not, exhibited by Kaylee Jennings of Flood City, Ohio. Congratulations. Now in the ring will be class 41 Keangus Late Junior Heifer Calves.
I apologize to the young lady that showed our first calf. That was a division, and then we have another individual here within a division, and very, very similar to our previous class winner. You look at the female character about her head, really, really quality female up front, really alert, good neck. Her neck sits right on her shoulder. I like this heifer's length of top line. I think she's got the right kind of length and the right kind of continuation to be a good little one that's going to be a real, real nice senior yearling as you project her throughout her growth curve.
Really a nice set of bulls over here on the main side, and I think a fairly logical place to start in terms of a bull with a lot of quality. This bull's really good on the go. He's super flexible at the ground. He's super good in his hock. He's got a ton of power and a ton of rib shape in this bull. He's maybe just a little bit, deeper in his neck and chest maybe, but I think just a really nice masculine kind of a bull, a power bull that's still got some athleticism to him. I think then from second and third, the bull in second, just a little bit more my kind in terms of a little bit more moderate, a little deeper bodied, nice profiling, attractive built kind of a bull that doesn't have the power on the bull of the bulls on either side of him, but I think in terms of body and balance and style, I think he excels the bull in third. Now certainly the bull for some added growth and power and performance and extensions, the bull in third, but at the same time he's a little tighter through that forward and through that center body. Maybe doesn't handle the ground quite as well as that pair of bulls above him. Just like to loosen him up and soften him up just a bit for that frame size he's got.
And placings in class number 13 over in your main Anjou Bull Show goes first place goes entry number 77, TFSC Louis V 02M, exhibited by Connor Thomas of Urbana, Ohio. Second place in that class goes entry number 78, TCLC Next One 403M, exhibited by Tyler Miller of Atlanta, Illinois. And third place in that class goes entry number 75, GRH Swagger, exhibited by Harris Show Cattle of Castown, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now and in the ring is class 14. Did you get good?
Really a nice way to end our main Anjou Bull Show here, and a calf with a yearling here, with a lot of extension, a lot of bounce, a lot of style. This is a bull that's just really complete to me. He's neat and attractive up through his front end. He's got a ton of body. He's maybe one that as I watch him coming in, I don't expect this bull to be as powerful as he is when I get behind him. This bull's got a lot of width down his top. He's big and square and stout and powerful in his hip. It's an awfully nice bull here for this single entry.
And first place in class number 14 goes to entry at number 84, Bow Fade ET, exhibited by Bow Prey Land and Cattle and Steen Hook. Congratulations to that bull exhibitor. Now in the ring will be the selection of your grand champion at main Anjou Bull. Again, now in the ring will be the selection of your grand champion at main Anjou Bull.
As we talk about prospect heifers or prospect livestock, it's always about ifs. And if cattle do this, and if they're managed appropriately, and if things come together genetically, they can be extra special 1 year from now at the North American as a bred heifer. Look at this class winner down here the young lady's got. That's the first impression cattle. I like the hip, I like the hind leg, I like the set and posture to her hind leg and stability relative to the heifer. And then second, just a shade, I think she's a little more genuinely opened up in the center part of her body. Obviously, really, really slick-necked right at the top of her shoulder. In my opinion, it continues to stay settled back in her knee enough. I think this one will be a very, very special senior yearling with time. For in second, I like the mid-body, tremendous in terms of her feature, like the depth and power. This heifer's got a little different set to her hock and ankle, and just a little larger in her hock relative to her rear foot and ankle. Get her in motion, and she'll tend to be just a little closer at the ground than what I'd like to see, but I like this heifer's body mass and dimension quite well. Heifer in third doesn't have the body depth today, and as I study her from her chest to her navel to her heart, I'm not sure she's ever going to be quite as sweepy-bodied, but what I do think is she's more stable in her hind leg placement than what the heifer is in second, and I like that about her. Good feet, good hip, good hind leg, just a little different shape to her neck, a little more tubular in her underline.
Over here on the main Anjou side, we've had a fairly small bull show, but I think a very, very high quality bull show. I was just visiting with Blake here just a minute about the paperwork, and I apologize. They've been giving me the data on these classes. I haven't talked a lot about it, to be honest with you. I think most of the classes and decisions have been straightforward enough, that it hasn't made a lot of difference. But especially as we get into these bulls and as we start looking at cattle that'll really impact breeding programs, I think regardless of the breed, I think in this era with the technology that's available with the DNA and the ability to analyze all the data and everything, I think obviously, that's the next step in breeding better cattle, is getting the paperwork and the true performance and truly being able to evaluate what's under the hide and all of that, right along with it. So I guess my point being, I'd sure encourage you just maybe focus a little bit more on some of that, than what I have so far today as we've been selecting these cattle, because I think quite honestly, regardless of what any piece of paper would say, this is pretty straightforward on this main Anjou bull. So this big bull out here wins this show by a mile, in my opinion. Tremendous quality. We're going to come back to the calf right ahead of him for reserve. Congratulations.
It's division time here in the Keangus Female Show, and got 3 quality candidates out here that really exemplify some female characteristics in this stage and juvenile stage in their development. We talked to them individually, won't do it again. We're going to keep the pair of black heifers out of Class 2 together. Champion is the young lady closest to me in the glasses, reserves the young lady circling. My compliments to all 3 exhibitors.
And over in your main Anjou Bull show, your grand champion main Anjou Bull goes to entry number 80 for Beau Fade ET, exhibited by Beaupre Landing Cattle and Steenhook. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion main Anjou Bull goes to entry number 77, TFSC Louis V, exhibited by Connor Thomas of Urbana, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
Nothing shocks me in a main show, so what the heck.
We have an individual entry out here to study, and boy, this heifer hits the ring, and she is commanding at the ground in terms of her substance and genuine bone and foot and feature, and I like that about her. I like where she's at in terms of her age and weight and size. I think it fits very appropriately for her age. I like where she's at in terms of her body condition. She's lean and she's right. Got a real good look about her long term. My compliments here on a good individual entry.
And catching you up over in your Keangus female show, your Keangus late junior heifer calf division champion, go to entry number 127, EGY Mandy's Encore, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro, Ohio. And your reserve division champion goes to entry number 128, RSRS Sexy Chanity, exhibited by Michaela Stevenson of Three Haught, Indiana. Congratulations. And first place in class number 45 and automatic division champion goes to entry number 131, BMW Why Not, exhibited by Samantha Van Horst of Bowling Green, Ohio. Congratulations.
Got a division winner out here, and I tell our crew all the time when we're showing calves at a prospect show, sometimes that old show holder, we don't get quite adjusted quite right. I look at this heifer's head, and I just don't know if it's quite as attractive or if the show holder's not adjusted as appropriately, but I would like to make her just a little neater up front. But if you change that, the value of this cattle comes from her shoulder back in terms of width, volume, and strength, substance, and length of body is tremendous. Just want to make her just a little neater, more captivating up front.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
And first place in class number 48 and automatic division champion goes into number 133, FLF Mojo, exhibited by Hannah Smith of Franklin, North Carolina. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be class 51 Keangus Summer Yearling Heifers.
Got a very, very nice one here. Comes in the ring, and obviously I just told Dad I like younger cattle. I think this May is the kind that you get gathered up in the fall, and then you bring them to the North American a year later, and they're just right in their size, their frame, their body, their freshness. They're easy cattle to manage because you just kind of let them come on and go. This one is very, very high quality. My compliments here. Is this a division? Not sure. It is a division. Congratulations on a division winner.
And first place in class number 51 in automatic summer yearling bull division champion goes into number 138, Hig Kelly 308L, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be class 54 Keangus late spring yearling heifers. And over in your main show, we are ready for your maintainer bull calves to be entering the ring. We are ready for class number 15 maintainer bull calves.
Perfect. We can't have very many maintainers, do we? Do we have many maintainer bulls? Well, yeah. No, I'm just saying there can't be a whole lot of them.
No, there's not. There's 7 classes.
7 classes? Nice way to start off our maintainer bull show here, our single entry here in this little May bull calf. But this calf's really neat in terms of his presence, in terms of how high his neck sets and the look he gives up through that front third to still have that much power. Nice set of testicles underneath him, good at the ground, good in his bone work and his feet. Nice kind of a bull here for our single entry to start our maintainer show off with.
And placings in class number 15 over in your maintainer bull show. First place goes to number 203, DLX Hooked on Whiskey, exhibited by Jeff Miller of Coulter, Indiana. Congratulations. And please note, over in your maintainer bull show, class number 16 is a scratch. So now entering the ring will be class 17 maintainer bull calves.
I just told Dad this is a real similar pair of cattle in terms of their general pattern. One of them just does it a little tighter, in my opinion. Young lady down here in the glasses, this one really exemplifies that look and quality. Really, really female about her head, neck, and shoulder and front foot. I like how that fits together. If you want to tie into a little more just width and just muscle, sheer mass, this one in seconds, packing some heat. Problem is, with that bulk comes a little higher condition, comes a little rounder pattern on both ends. Good pair of females. My compliments to the young ladies.
And first place in class number 54 in automatic division champion over in your Keangus female show goes to entry number 139, Hig Kelly, 306L, exhibited by Josie Ritter of Beamer, Nebraska. And second place in that class in automatic reserve division goes to entry number 142, TOF Finesse's Lilia, exhibited by Raymond Benkner of Hilton, Ohio. Again, congratulations, and please note entry 141 was a scratch.
Got another individual division out here, and once again, I really like this one's mature cow size. She's not a big cow, she's not a little cow. I think proportionality and how she fits together, really, really good. I like her basic build and utility, allowing you as the breeder to take her a lot of different directions in terms of topside sire selection. Do you want to go a little more punch? Do you want to go a little more breeding female? You can do a lot of different things with cattle that are built this comfortable and this basic in their kind.
And first place in class number 57 and automatic division champion goes entry number 146, Hig Kelly 305L, exhibited by Ethan Barty of Springfield, Tennessee.
Another nice class of maintainer bulls here in a class that's just pretty logical to me. This big stout power bull that starts a class, to me, relatively hard to pick a hole in out here. Yeah, maybe we could set his tail head in him a bit, but after that, boy, in terms of being one that just handles the ground really good, one that's got some bone, got some look, got some power to him, I think an easy place to start. It's a structure that sorts second and third for me. Obviously, I'm giving up a little power and a little width with our bull in second here, but in terms of just a complete, nicely balanced bull that can get out and travel, has some rib shape and dimension to him. To me, he's the logical second. And the bull in third, in terms of just stoutness, in terms of muscle, in terms of bone and foot, this bull's got a lot of good to him. It's just when we ask him to go that it's a problem. He wants to get straighter in that shoulder and out of that back hock, wants to round out his hip just a bit more, just not as free, not as flexible and easy in the go as I'd like to see out here today.
And placings in class number 17 over in your maintainer bull show are as followed. First place goes entry number 500, Camelco Clout 08M, exhibited by Camelco, by Camelco of Cedarville, Ohio. And second place in that class will go to EG Jack 03M, exhibited by Brody Hanson of Lewisburg, West Virginia. And third place in that class will go to entry number 208 Ace, exhibited by Luke Maningo of Fairborn, Ohio. Please note entry number 210 was a scratch.
Single entry December bull over here, and another bull that's just really complete and balanced. He's got all kinds of rib shape to him. He's good on the move. He's a bull, just got a great kind of a masculine bull look to him. He's got muscle shape. He's got dimension to him. He's maybe not just the biggest at the ground in terms of his bone and foot, but I certainly think plenty enough. Nice balanced bull, nice solid bull here for this single entry in this fall class.
This particular pair of heifers on the ChiAngus side, oftentimes talking with our students, why do we want the livestock that are big boned and big footed? And I tell them if they're big boned and big footed, we can pack more bulk on them to where it still balances in proportionality. And if I keep condition in mind relative to foot and bone, young lady's class winner, here's the place to start. I like this heifer's look. I like her freshness quite a bit better. That's a big hind leg, and I like how proper that heifer sets. I like where her hock is relative to her hip. Then I like where that heifer's pastern and heel set in her. Very, very good. I like her condition to start this class. Heifer in second's got the bulk advantage. You get in front of that cattle and watch her come at you. She's a little bug-eyed, a little frail-featured and frail-headed. Then you study her chest floor, you study her pin bones. I'd like to halt that heifer's condition as we get her ready for production. So relative to her body mass, she either needs to be leaner or she needs to have more foot and bone.
And placings in class number 60 over in your ChiAngus female show are as followed. First place in automatic division champion goes to entry number 149, WSCC Lily 25L, exhibited by Mackenzie Kamowski of Palomito, Florida. And second place in class 60 in automatic reserve division champion goes entry number 150, TOF Finesses Lucy, exhibited by Belly Bennett of Knox, Indiana. Please note class 61 was a scratch. We're now ready to select your grand champion Keangus heifer here in the Green Shavings. Yep, again, we are ready for the selection of your grand champion Keangus heifer. And catching you up over in your maintainer bull show, first place in class number 18 goes to entry number 211, CFBC Mr. Stanley, exhibited by Brittany Koke of Hicksville, Ohio. Congratulations. Now in the ring is class 19 maintainer bull calves.
I'm not sure how Miller's side of the ring's doing. Maybe he took a little TV timeout, but I'm pretty excited on our part. I think everybody in our audience on the Key side is awake at this particular point, so I think that is excellent. That means I'm doing a better job of keeping people engaged in the process. We've talked a lot of these as individual division winners, and so as a result, there's no need to go back and re-talk them. As a show dad, you know, you like showing good big ones that are recognized. You like having baby calves, but then sometimes when you got a good big one, you get beat by a calf. I probably don't handle that very good, so I tend to be one of those judges. If there is quality in the bred division, we're going to hook there. Then for reserve, you could do some creative things if you want in different directions. I think we think your pair of ChiAngus females fit together great. They fit together logically, and my compliments. Been a really, really consistent set of cattle out here. I think as you start young and go to our oldest age cattle down there, I think they fit their age, they fit their size and weight and maturity very, very appropriately. Champion is the young lady here in the gray vest with the May heifer. Reserve is the young man here with Division III winner. Let's give both a great round of applause, if you would.
And your grand champion, Keangus female here at the North American, goes entry number 138, Hig Kelly 308L, exhibited by Pate Parson of Leavenworth, Kansas. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion, Chiangus female over in the North American, goes to entry number 131, BMW Y Not 125M, exhibited by Samantha Van Horst of Bowling Green, Ohio. Congratulations. And we will take a few pictures, and then we will be moving on to class number 66, Keia Summer Heifer Calves. Again, we need that class 66 to be on standby. And back over in your maintainer bull show now, and in the ring is class number 19.
Certainly from a bull show standpoint, we got the closest pair that we've had here today, and a pair of bulls that just sort themselves when I ask them to go. This bull that I start with just so much more athletic, longer in his stride, and better in how he gets around and goes here today. Now, as they stand, we could certainly argue they need to be flipped, although I do like this first bull quite a bit. He's got some length, he's got some extension, he's got enough muscle shape to him. Now, he's not the power bull that we have here in second, but I think a very, very high quality bull there to start with. Bull in second as he stands, great look up through his head and down through his neck. He's a bull that gives us a lot of width and dimension when we get behind him. He's a big body kind of a bull, maybe not quite as big boned and footed as a bull right ahead of him. To me, just this bull's just not wanting to get out and go today. As I read this bull, he's sure fine in his angles. It's not a huge issue, but in relation to a really competitive bull in front of him, he's just shorter in his step, tighter in how he goes out here today, and we just need to loosen him up and let that bull get out and travel a little better.
And placings in class number 19 over in your maintainer bull show. First place goes to entry number 213, Mule Legend 310L, exhibited by Ashlyn Mule of Lexington, Illinois. And second place in that class will go to entry number 212, DKBF PCC Sure Shot 444L, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring will be class 20 maintainer yearling bulls.
You know, Mark made a comment in the other ring earlier in regards to, appreciating people bring these bulls out here and show them and display them, and I couldn't agree more. And this class is a perfect example because we got different kinds of bulls out here, and all the way down, we got bulls that can be used for different things to change cows, and depending on how you want to prioritize and what you need, there's certainly some give and take out here. And I don't know, this first bull, he may not be the best breeding bull of the bunch because he's not out there in any one regard, but for me, I guess I appreciate that for a maintainer, especially just how complete and useful this bull is in his type and kind. He is easily the soundest built bull in terms of his structure, in terms of his flexibility and his looseness. He's the best balanced in terms of his forerib and his center body back to his flank. He's a bull that's balanced neatly up to his front end. He is not as wildly powerful when I get behind him as any of the other bulls out here, but I certainly think enough. I like that bull quite well. Now, one in terms of a similar size and growth kind of a bull that is way more powerful is this bull in second. This bull's got all kinds of muscle, all kinds of width, and all kinds of power to him, but with that, he doesn't handle it as well structurally. He wants to get a little higher in his top, a little straighter and wider out of his front end, and he's certainly sound enough, but maybe not to the extreme that bull that we start with is. And then you got a bull here in third that offers all kinds of length and extension. Obviously, a wild-fronted bull with a big, square, wide hip and all kinds of power and performance. For me, he's maybe just a little bit out there in that regards, but certainly a bull that could change some cows and could offer an awful lot. I'd like to kind of blow him apart there in his forerib and chest just a little bit so he balances up coming into and out of his shoulder a little bit better, and maybe just smoothen that bull up just a touch more if we could do that. But I think a powerful, high-quality kind of a bull. And then we finish with one that's certainly a very useful kind of a bull. He's sound enough, he's stout enough, he's got good in him in terms of his muscle, in terms of the width he has down his top, the power he has out his hip, maybe not quite his overall balance and look of the top pair or the power or the dimension of our one right ahead of him, but a nice kind of a bull there in fourth as well.
And placings in class number 20 over in your maintainer bull show are as followed. First place goes entry number 215, MCC Lucky Day, exhibited by MCC Mirror Cattle Company of Waynesfield, Ohio. And second place in that class goes entry number 214, CFBC Chief, exhibited by Brittany Conkey of Hicksville, Ohio. And third place in that class will go to entry number 216, FFSC Bonafide 72L, exhibited by Colin Frederick of Napoleon, Ohio. And fourth place will go to entry number 501, MCCF Lady Killer, exhibited by Flunton Cattle Company of Ean, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is class 21 maintainer 2-year-old bulls. And we are ready for that Class 66 Chianina Summer Heifer Calves. Again, we're ready for that Class 66 Summer Chianina Heifers to be making their way into the ring.
Once again, this is a class where just the flexibility and athleticism as these bulls first come in the ring goes a long ways towards placing it for me, and it can find enough as they stop to cause any reason to change that. This bull that starts certainly is the one that can get out and go better. He's the one that's more flexible in his joints. He's the one that's bigger bodied and softer in his build, not quite as overwhelming in his muscle shape when I get him behind him as the second bull, so that's certainly worth noting and considering. But I just think the extra structural correctness and mobility of our class winner keeps him there for me. Now, this bull in second is wide. He has got a big top. He is heavy muscled, but he's also wider through his chest floor. He doesn't handle his front end nearly as well when he gets to going, and he's wants to tighten up in his top, bringing up his tail head just a bit, just like to soften that bull up and loosen him up a bit. But in terms of just muscle, length, power, and dimension, that bull's got an awful lot to work with.
And first place in class 21 over in your maintainer bull show goes to entry number 217, CFBC Tonto, exhibited by Brittany Koki of Hicksville, Ohio. And second place in that class will go to entry number 218, WG Boardwalk Empire, exhibited by Nicholas Voch of Midland, Pennsylvania. We are now ready to select your grand champion maintainer bull here in Broadbent Arena.
I'll tell you what, here as we pick our champion maintainer bull, I tell you what, from where I'm standing, I'm pretty impressed. This is a good lineup of bulls, and we've had a good set of bulls up and down through this lineup here. And you know, there's quite honestly, there's probably 3 of these bulls that have all hit me really hard when they come in. That I've been going back and forth with in my mind here on. You know, which one I have to leave out, which one I want to start with. I could talk myself into doing several different things out here, and you know, and so I guess my point is, hopefully, as a crowd and as exhibitors out there, you realize there's some bulls out here that have got some stuff to work with, and you know, that's my compliments to them as a breed. That we've got some tools out here, you know, that you can do some things with. Just to run back through them real quickly here. You know, this very first young May bull calf we started with, as I talked about him, you know, that bull has a lot of good in him and is really unique. And I will say, from a judge's standpoint, I at least have been one that I guess I've shown cattle long enough, exhibited them long enough. I sure probably err on the side when I'm judging on the older cattle that have kind of been there, done that, so to speak, because I know no matter how smart we think we are, how good we think these younger calves are, a lot changes in the next year. So I'm not going to say he's truly in contention, but I do want to mention him because that bull's got an awful lot to work with out there. He's sound, he's stout, he's good looking, he's attractive. Really nice way to start our show. You know, as we got into this second division, bull, that's a bull that hit me really hard, especially as this bull just hits the ring and moves. He is so flexible off both ends of his skeleton. He is big-footed, he's big-boned, he's big-ribbed. Gives you a great look. You know, for whatever reason, when he's parked, at times he wants to look maybe just a little bit, you know, lower in those pins, and, you know, exhibitors been keeping lowering him, and he looks awesome there. He gets ever so slightly maybe straighter in that hock at times, but boy, when he gets out and goes, he handles everything great. He flexes good, he moves good, gives you a killer look from the side. A bull that's very much in contention out here, a bull I like extremely well. We moved from him into then that December bull that, as I talked about him, just super complete. Maybe not quite, you know, the style, the look, the bells and whistles, so to speak, of a couple of the other bulls out here, but in terms of just a big-bodied, good-built bull, good structured bull, I like that one a lot. Then we followed him with his fall bull in a really strong class with a good pair of bulls. This one won because he was sounder, because he was more flexible. As he gets out here, he's a huge-bodied bull that's super good, and how he goes off both ends of his skeleton. He's got a lot of shape. When we get behind him, you know, he's one that at times he maybe wants to open up in that lower shoulder and get a pinch more chest, but man, that's picking on one that's sure awfully good and awfully useful in his type and kind. And then as we talked about those yearling bulls, we settled on the bull that just was so complete, so sound, so nicely balanced, so good in his rib shape, so smooth from front to rear. Not overwhelming in terms of his muscle dimension, but in terms of just one that's hard to pick a hole in. That's a bull that's awfully good right there. And then we concluded the show with one that, as we talked about, stout, rugged, powerful in relation to that class, sounder of the two, another bull with a lot of usefulness in him. I think it's very close out here. As I said, to me, there's probably 3 different bulls that a guy could use and sleep really well. I'll show you how I like them out here today. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Here on the Key side, I really like, you know, you focus on buying baby calves, man. We start with structure and then go for the extras after that. And if you stay committed to structure and build, little guy here that wins the class has got the most comfortable cattle in terms of flexibility and angles and appropriateness on both ends. Then you can go to the other easier to study things. Yes, she's big-bodied. Yes, she's got a lot of volume. She's nice in her neck, got a quality head about her. But I think her greatest value is that heifer at the ground relative to 2 and 3. I think both 2 and 3 are a little awkward behind. I like the angles of the young lady in second's heifer through her knee a little better. I think the shape and length to her neck is just a shot better long-term than what it is in third. I think this young lady's got the eye of the tiger look. She's a good showman, got that calf set right. That heifer needs to open up in terms of her body mass. Good showman, nice calf. The heifer that comes in third has a performance advantage today in terms of rib and mid-body, but when this heifer gets to going, she gets a little quick stepping on both ends, particularly when we let her study her that way. A little plainer in the shape to her neck, then the pitch to her shoulder and knee get just a little quick, in my opinion. Good class. My compliments to all three.
And over in your maintainer show, your grand champion maintainer bull here at the North American will go to entry number 215, MCCF Lucky Day, exhibited by Muir Cattle Company of Waynesfield, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion maintainer bull will go to entry number 213, Mule Legend 310L, exhibited by Ashland Mule of Lexington, Illinois. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And placings for class number 16, an automatic champion summer heifer in your Keangus show goes to entry number 1, entry number 5, JSUL Houday, exhibited by Bryson Pembrook of Fairview, Oklahoma. And second place in your reserve division goes entry number 1, JWC Bubbles, exhibited by Clara Rimber of Blakesburg, Iowa. Third place in that class goes entry number 2, TSSC BT Houdat Jazzy, exhibited by Brinley Easton and Kennedy Sherman of Howe, Indiana. Congratulations. Now in the ring over in your Keangus show is class 69 at Keangus Late Junior Heifer Calves. Would like to take this time to reintroduce your judges over in your Keangus show this afternoon, Mr. Mark Hogue. Mark has been an associate professor of agriculture at Western Illinois University for 20 years. He teaches 3 to 4 classes a semester and is a facility manager to the swine and sheep units and coach of the livestock judging team and advisor of the Hoof and Horn Club. Mark has the opportunity to serve as a judge of all 4 species for many national shows across the country. Mark and his wife Kate and their kids Carter, Nolan, and Nora, which is here with us today, own and operate Hogue Livestock in Good Hope, Illinois. They are an active stock show family that live by the motto, life is better in the barn. Helping Mark today, it would be his father, Dan Hogue. Dan was born and reared on a livestock and grain farm near Walnut, Illinois, where his father, Elmer, was a prominent Duroc breeder for many years. He and his wife, Dina, currently live in Walnut and continue to participate in a family show pig operation near Good Hope. They have 2 children, Kathy and Mark, who's with us today, and 3 grandchildren, Carter, Nolan, and Nora. If you could join me in giving Mr. Mark and Dan Hogue one more big round of applause for being out here with us.
If I could have everybody's attention over here on the main and juice side. While we were here this week, we hosted a fundraiser, Deal or No Deal, to benefit our junior national that will be here, both main and key. Junior Nationals will be here this summer, June 20 through 26, and it was basically a 50-50 raffle. If we sold all of the squares, we raised $5,000, and if your name was chosen, you would get half of those proceeds. So the winner of our raffle is Troy Jones Show Cattle. If Troy could come out here, Troy will be awarded $2,500. Let's give him a round of applause for supporting the kids. And thank you to everybody else who bought a ticket or has supported us in the past. We appreciate it very much.
Excellent set of key heifers out here to study, and I sure think a class that fits together with logic, and it's not like, we just have one mystical unicorn to talk about. I think the top 4 cattle all have a lot of quality. Obviously, the first impression cattle is the one that starts this particular class. Love her shape, love her stoutness. That's a true-bodied cattle. I love her proportionality. Everything fits, I think, very, very good. I'm a big cattle head quality judging guy, maybe a shot shallow in her jaw. Outside of that, I think that's a good prospect that has a very, very bright future. My compliments to her. I like the hind leg posture. I like the length of body, and you definitely have the eye of the tiger look as a showman. My compliments to you. You do a great job. This is a really, really good functional female that I love the basic utility. Today, from her blade to her forerib, doesn't hook as strong, doesn't tie quite as unique as what our class winner does, but I like her muscle pattern. I love her structure. That is a great female long term. I like this heifer in third quite a bit, in my opinion, in terms of her flexibility down her top line. She's got the real soft, bendy hind leg. I watched a lot of cattle go by our stalls, and it's interesting in the livestock sector, you got to study cattle not only from a side in terms of angles, but you got to get on both ends. When this heifer gets going right away, she'll come just a shot close at the ground, and then long term, that little bit of extra skin down there on the front side of her chest might catch her a little bit, but that is a flexible, big bone, long-bodied one. I like. Real pretty extended one, needs to be opened up, needs to be refilled on her knee and shoulder, but I love her elegance and extension. Our final pair, I'm going to let structure sort them. Young man's white heifer's got some strength to her body, got some muscle, just a little rougher pattern. Our final cattle within the group, in terms of just doability, thriftiness, and structure, is the most deficient within this particular group.
And placings in class number 69 over in your Keangus female show are as follows. First place goes entry number 10, JSUL, Who Dat 4347, exhibited by Micah Malone of Cynthiana, Kentucky. And second place in that class will go to entry number 4, BRKR Harley, 83M, exhibited by Laramie Barker of Kendallville, Indiana. And third place in that class will go to entry number 17, TSSC BT Fluffin and Puff, exhibited by Piper Teague of Bell Buckle, Tennessee. And fourth place in that class will go to entry number 13, BDCC AGRF Magnolia, exhibited by Emily Kramer of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. And fifth place in that class will go to entry number 6, exhibited by Brandley Easton and Kennedy Sherman of Howe, Indiana. And sixth place in that class will go to entry number 9, exhibited by Emma Hyatt, Clay City, Indiana. Please note entry number 7 and 16 were scratches. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 70 Chianina Late Junior Heifer Calves. Again, now in the ring is Class 70.
As we start our main Angus show over here, I think a nice place to start. I think there's some give and take in second and third, and for me, probably one that's just not quite ready yet to finish with. But this heifer that starts, I think, is the logical thing to do today. I think just in terms of one that's stout, one that's got a lot of length, a lot of extension, good at the ground, good at her mobility. At times, she wants to maybe get just a little easy topped on the go, but man, great in her lines, beautiful in her pattern when we see this one from that look right there. Then we have a heifer in second. I'd put over the third female just because of the future I see in this female. She's sure not as ready today, but that's okay for the calf this age. That thing is extended and neat up through that front end. She's sound and flexible and good at the ground. You know, she doesn't have the power, doesn't have the bone maybe that the heifer right ahead of her, but that's picking on one with all the right parts and pieces to go on and make a really, really good yearling on down the road. Then the heifer in third is a female that certainly for the added body, the added mass and depth and width, if you wanted to move her up a spot, you certainly could, and I wouldn't argue with you. For me, she's a little lower fronted relative to the condition and how advanced she is here today. She's a little more refined, maybe not quite as stout, maybe doesn't handle her hot quite as well, but there again, that's picking on one that's awfully, awfully good. I think three very nice ones up there on the top end of the class. And then we come to another female here in fourth that's really fresh, really green. Appreciate the flexibility, the mobility this heifer has. She's a little narrower at the hock. She's a little flatter and more refined all the way through. Maybe just like to see a little bit more power in this heifer, but certainly one with a lot of good.
And over in your main Angus heifer show, placings in class number 22 are as followed. First place goes entry number 221, GVA Lady Mare, exhibited by Cecilia Mercena of Pleasant Plain, Ohio. And second place in that class goes entry number 502, MCCF Miss Magnolia Burgess, exhibited by Lindsay Cavaga of Memphis, Michigan. And third place in that class goes entry number 222, MJCC Maggie, exhibited by Mason Joloff of Kenton, Ohio. And fourth place in that class goes entry number 220, MCCF Miley, exhibited by Abby Dietrich of Wilshire, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is class 23 over in your main Angus heifer show.
Just pulled these two right back on around and left them as they stand. As this first heifer hits the ring, it's pretty clear there's going to have to be something pretty impressive, come in this class to turn that one. Relative, to this pair, she's just the one with the extra style, the extra look, the extra foot and bone. That one is so good at the ground when she gets out and goes. A big bone, big-footed, super flexible one. On the go, she looks like you want to set her down in her tail head just a little bit maybe, but certainly as she gets all set up and all balanced out there from the side, it looks really, really impressive. And this heifer in second here, this young lady doing a great job of showing her. And this is a good female. This one is really complete. She's really good bodied. She's good in her condition. She just maybe doesn't have that little extra look that our class winner does, but that's not knocking on a very high quality one here for second as well.
And first place in Class 23 over in your main Angus heifer show goes to entry number 224, Camel Go Queen 2401, exhibited by Whitney Emerly of South Vienna, Ohio. And second place in that class goes to entry number 225, BEKS Miss Mona, exhibited by Kennedy Sherman of Howe, Indiana. And please note entry number 223 was a scratch. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 24 main Angus heifer calves.
Obviously, as I come to the microphone, our family enjoys showing cattle, and as a result, it's a family enterprise. And Dad and I, we go back and forth, and we like, man, he likes a couple of the power cattle in here. I like a couple of functional cattle in here that could use a little more back and forth. This is by far, and he said it best, this is by far our deepest class that we've had, because I'm here to tell you, even the black and white painted heifer down there, that's good cattle. In my opinion, this one down here, she hit the ring, and if I'm at a sale, I'm like, oh, yep, let's get that one gathered, okay? But the problem is our budget and what she probably cost is different. This heifer's foot, her bone, her agility, and her athleticism is wild. Her natural body sweep is wacky good. Her throat and everything about her, to me, reads good. She looks like a little skinny junior high kid that's about to go D1 when she gets into high school in terms of that heifer's ability to be big, dominant, and cool. Now, here's the problem. I don't know as I trust her head. She's a little narrow-headed, and I don't think she's narrow, but I want to strengthen her muzzle just a shade. And I looked at that cattle's head, and I said, okay, you're going to be okay. You're going to get enough. And when that heifer gets enough, she is wild built. I think this one's sounder than the one in third. She doesn't balance in her flank line, doesn't length of her hip and tail head set in quite as good, but I like this heifer in terms of stability and angles and comfort going away more so than I do the one in third. I think she's a little plain neck, just a nickel deep shouldered relative to her flank line. On the stand, this young lady does a great job. This is a strong built power cow. Everything about this heifer, stout, bold, and dimensional, and I like that about her. When this thing goes, she's just a little off in her hock. Rope walks just a shade too much for me behind. And once again, I watched a lot of calves go by her stalls, and man, they look pretty solid from a side. But I tell you what, as a judge, you get mobile, you get on both ends of them, and that needs to be different, in my opinion. Shoulder back, I like this one better. I like her hip, I like her body, I like her hind leg design. I can't get the pitch to her shoulder and knee to set in her quite as well. I think for me personally, 3 and 4 were very close. This one's a little rounder in terms of her hip. Like I said, black and white one, neat build, nice neck, holy, really, really good in terms of her top line. To me, in terms of presentation, it runs out of bone and feature. Legs are just a little caked together. The red heifer, stout-bodied, just the most general on both ends of her skeleton. I apologize to Alan. I talked a little too long, but that was a good class. My compliments to the exhibitors.
Thanks, Mark. Boy, over here on the main side, I appreciate probably actually having an extra minute to think about all the things to say over here. Because I tell you what, this top pair is really, really good. But even saying how good this second heifer is, this class winner still wins pretty quick, in my opinion. I love this female, just how stout this one is, how good bodied this one is, just the mini cow look this one has out here, just in terms of her balance and her style. And obviously, this one is ready to go today in terms of her, in terms of her condition and where she's at, but I certainly don't think overdone. I think she is ready, and I appreciate her extra moderation. I appreciate her mass. I appreciate her stoutness and her structure. For whatever reason, every so often when she's moving, she is wanting to get up on that ankle just a bit, but boy, I sure don't read that as being a long-term issue. That one is so good in her angles. I like that one quite a bit. Heifer in second, when she first hit the ring, thought that's going to take a pretty good one to turn this one, and sure enough, 2 calves later, she came. And that's not taking anything away from this heifer. This one's going to win a lot of shows on down the road, and next year, this one is sound. She's rugged. She's stout. She's got a lot of power. To me, maybe just doesn't bounce it quite as extremely neatly as that heifer ahead of her. Maybe not quite as attractive in that front end, but I tell you what, really, really good one there in second also. And then this heifer in third has some length. She's got some look to her front end. She's not as good at her hock or down at the ground. Like to maybe strengthen her there just a bit to make her a little bit more competitive out here.
And first place in class number 24 of your main Angus female show goes to entry number 229, KMEM All My Love 217M, exhibited by Canberra Cook of Clovis, California. And second place in that class goes to entry number 227, BC2 Henny Nicky 22M, exhibited by Jillian Brown of Louisville, Ohio. And third place in that class goes to entry number 228, Ben Jojo, exhibited by Allison Benedict of Marion, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Main Angus Division 1.
Well, if this first division is any indicator of how this main Angus show is going to go, it's going to get really, really good here and really, really fun. 3 class winners out here that are all excellent, and the seconds certainly have an awful lot going for them too. There's one here that just hit me really, really hard out here in a fairly logical place to start, and I think, from there's maybe a little bit more debate which direction I'm going to go for second, but for me, the logical champion out here is this class winner out of the last class. She'll win this division. Class winner from second class will be reserved. Congratulations to both these young ladies.
And your Division 1 champion over in your main Angus show goes to entry number 224, Campbell Co. Queen 241M, exhibited by Whitney Emmering of South Vienna, Ohio. And correct that. Your champion division goes to entry number 229, KMEM All My Love, exhibited by Camera Cook of Clovis, California. And your reserve division champion goes to entry number 224, Campbell Go Queen 241, 2401, M, exhibited by Whitney Emmering of South Bend, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 25. And catching up over in your Keanina female show, placings in Class 70 are as followed. First place goes entry number 28, Laney E.T., exhibited by Layla Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. And second place in that class goes entry number 29, REA Vixen 042M, exhibited by Macy Stanley of Clearco, Ohio. And third place in that class goes entry number 26, TSSC Who Dat Knocking, exhibited by Schaefer Show Cattle of Hagerstown, Indiana. Fourth place in that class goes entry number 25, KSC Hot Tamale, exhibited by Olivia Geyer of Zanesville, Ohio. Fifth place goes entry number 24, exhibited by Cooper Hedrick of Fairmont, Ohio. Sixth place goes entry number 23, exhibited by Elian Sherman of LaGrange, Indiana. Please note, entry number 21 was a scratch. Now in the ring is Class 71.
I know that we got Charlais to show and the Lemmy shows after this in this ring, but I tell you, fun to talk, fun to discuss, and like Dad said, hey, this is a good judging class, and it is a good judging class for young people that want to. You come to the microphone or you come to the Reasons Room. We've got a really, really high quality set. We've got a powerful top pair. We've got a good individual in third. We have a solid kind of cattle that closes. That's what I told Dad, in my opinion. I said, if you could have 1,000 cows of this frame size, this body, and that soft, big, structured hind leg, you'd always be in business regardless of what the industry show ring trends are. The problem is, as a calf at this stage in her development, I've got to ask myself where she sets at the base of her shoulder and chest, because she's been brought on plenty husky right now, and I'm afraid she might get just a little wide if we keep pouring the gas to her. Maybe give her a break nutritionally after Louisville and let that front end come together. And I said, Dad, this one right down here goes away just a little weird at her rear feet, and I want to fix that. But then you step back and you're like, man, that's hard to do. Those pieces are hard to put together. And so I told Dad, build a cow herd like this. That's a donor that can put a kid through college, in my opinion, in terms of return on investment with the uniqueness that she has. As a result, we go 1-2, both an incredible pair of key heifers. Young lady here, great showman, doing a great job, head, neck, body, everything looks great until I get right in behind her. Watch her go away. She'll pull her hock in, and she's a little mechanical in terms of how she uses it. Step back to the profile. You're reminded this is high-quality show stock that's got a gorgeous look, a beautiful build. Want to make her hock different than what it is. The heifer that closes, I like the bone. I like the pieces today. The pieces don't fit together quite as well. Just a little rougher in her pattern. Like to smooth that together just a shade if we could. Interesting class. Great top pair to discuss.
Really good, nice class over here on the main Angus side, and I think this this trio is all really good, but especially this top pair. This class winner, just especially from her shoulders back, is just hard to make one just a whole lot better. That one is so good at the ground. She's so stout, big-footed, flexible, all kinds of rib shape. maybe not the most powerful when you get behind her, but certainly plenty enough. I think that one is neat and attractive up through her front end. If anything, maybe could stouten up her jaw there just a little bit. Maybe could clean up her chest just a touch. But man, from the shoulders back, I love a lot of things about that female. Then the heifer that comes in here in second, a heifer that just, I think, as this one goes on and matures and settles down and puts it all together, I think all the pieces are there. That one, without a doubt, has better days ahead of her. Today, she's wanting to fight things a little bit. She's wanting to look a little awkward in her hock and maybe not just put herself all together quite as well. But I think in terms of one that's attractive to her front end, she's good in her balance, super deep in her rear rib and flank, has muscle shape when we get in behind her, start acting a little more like a show cow, and I think that one's got a bright future ahead of her. And then we come to the heifer in third, which I studied on these a little more because this was our automatic division winner and reserve here in this January and February division. So congratulations to those two walking out. I think this heifer in third that gets left out then of the division just doesn't have the stoutness and power. She doesn't have quite the flexibility to her hock or at the ground. Maybe doesn't reach quite as well. But I think one that's really attractive, one that's really square and level in her hip, maybe just not quite the extra muscle, quite the extra flexibility, quite the extra rib shape that our top pair has.
A lot of our judging team likes to tell me that I'm old. I'm here to tell you the guy to my right has a few years on me, and what's interesting, the difference between us, he is an ultimate evaluator in terms of making sure that you don't get out of bounds. I tend to be one in a ring that I will take some risks, particularly in calf divisions. I want high risk. I want high reward at the end point, and this division gets very, very tough to put together. We got a quality pair out of the first class. That's good. We look at this one that wins the second class, and we talked to her in class, and I'm telling you, if her head says I'm going to get enough in my forerib, that one's foot quality, her angles, and her bone are next level, lights out. That is the kind of baby calf that I would love to get gathered. I'd love to put on feed and good hope, go from there. Dad's like, man, do you realize how stout and powerful these two calves are down here? And I said, I do. And I said, I'm not sure I got them right within the class. And he goes, well, that's easy. You just keep them together and move on from there. My problem is in our feeding program at home, I would tweak both of them in a region that I'm a little picky on from that standpoint. And so you get a judge out here, and, man, you're going to get their idiosyncrasies. You're going to get their pet peeves. Hey, bottom line, my compliments to all 6 of these exhibitors. You have invested and purchased really good Chianina females. Now it's your job to manage them from this point on through the rest of your show career and then on as a productive cow. For me personally, I'm a first impression dude. The first one I'd buy is this little girl wins class 2. That one's going to be champion division. Reserve's going to be the young lady in the purple shirt. Let's give all 6 a great round of applause.
Single entry in our main Angus fall division out here, and you know, certainly one. The old saying, you can stand more competition, without a doubt. You could say that in this division. This is one that's good in terms of her pattern. She's good in the profile that she gives us. She's good bodied. She's got plenty of muscle. There's times maybe she doesn't want to just get out and go quite like some others that we've seen, but boy, that's picking on one that's got a lot of good in her. Thick, wide, deep, nice balance, nice female there for our fall division winner.
And catching up over in your main Angus female show placings in class number 25 are as followed. First place and automatic Division II champion goes to entry number 232. KRE Lady Katie 220M, exhibited by Kinley Kreis of Adamsville, Ohio. And second place in that class in automatic Division II Reserve Division champion goes entry number 234, JD Main Squeeze 434M, exhibited by Canberra Cook of Clovis, California. And third place in class 25 goes entry number 230, exhibited by it goes entry number 230, GEIG Valari, exhibited by Carter Brentner of Columbia City, Indiana. And first place in class number 26, an automatic division champion, goes to entry at number 237, BKMT Let's Dance 3022L, exhibited by Aubrey Bletcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Now in the ring is class 27 Maine Summer Yearling Heifers. And placings in class number 71 over in your Keangus female show are as followed. First place goes entry number 34, JSUL Houdat 4116M, exhibited by Carly Kennedy of Seaman, Ohio. And second place in that class goes entry number 31, TSSC BT Blackberry, exhibited by Addison Fenning of Coldwater, Ohio. Third place in that class goes to entry number 35, BRPCM Lullaby, exhibited by Presley McQueen of Russellville, Ohio. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 30, Rolly Miss Simone, exhibited by Cassidy Harris of Lewisburg, Ohio. Please note entry number 33 and 37 were scratches.
Our class and then our automatic division out here in this summer division, and certainly a very, very nice place to start. This is one when she stopped and parks, gives you such a good look, so nicely balanced. She's so stout, she's so good bodied, so good at the ground, and so good footed. She's wanting to kind of drag out here, which is making you maybe question at times how she gets out of her front end, but when she does loosen up and free up, just goes. I think that one's plenty sound enough. Good kind of a female out there, and an easy place to start in this class. To me, the debate in there is between second and third. I chose to go with the more moderate framed one that gets around better out here today. She is a little maybe past where I'd love to see her in terms of her condition, but I guess we'll appreciate her being easy doing in that regard. I think we freshened that one up just a touch. It gets a little bit more competitive, but I think in terms of one that can get out and go with tons of body and rib shape and real moderate in her type and kind, I like that one second and reserve division. And then the one that ends up third is one with a little more extension. She is one that is a fresher in her condition, probably because she is just a touch harder doing in terms of maybe not having that rib shape and dimension. And she's one that where I guess I get a little more critical is she's a little shorter in her step for both ends. But I think in terms of one that's neat and attractive up through her front end, has some muscle shape and some length to her, we appreciate those things about her.
And first place in class 27 Maine Angus Summer Yearling Heifers, an automatic Division 4 champion, goes inch number 238, Curtains Hackey 80K, exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. And second place in that class goes inch number 241, Press Ice Spice 327L, exhibited by Emma Graft of Middletown, Ohio. Third place in that class goes inch number 239, Whiskey Lily 351, exhibited by Cody Olson of Newada, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is class 28 Maine Angus females. And your Keangus L8 Junior Heifer Calf Division champion goes to entry at number 28, Laney, ET, exhibited by Layla Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 34, JSUL Hudat 4116M, exhibited by Carly Kennedy of Seaman, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 74 Keanina Early Junior Heifer Calves.
I think a real nice class over here on the main Angus side. This one that I'm starting with is the one that's just so dominant when she stopped and parked for her balance, her style, her structure, and just her stoutness. This one is huge boned and huge footed, all kinds of middle to her, and still neat and attractive in her rib shape, in her front end, and just the style and the look this one has. She is one at times when we ask her to go, she wants to maybe come apart in her top just a little, wants to maybe fight at the ground just a touch, but boy, that's picking on one that's just really, really nice out here. I think heifer goes second logically to me. She's not as balanced in overall profile. She wants to come out in her chest and be just a little bit thicker neck. She's maybe just a little softer in terms of her rear third there and how she jiggles just a little more when she goes, and like to just freshen her up a touch in that regard. But that one is very athletic. She's good in her movement. She's good in her build, and I like her quite well. And then we have a heifer in third that's just a little bit more refined. She just doesn't have quite the stoutness of her bone, stoutness of foot. She's got a little more chest and brisket, but she is one that's neat and attractive in her head. She's good in her rib shape. She's powerful enough for a female in terms of her muscle. Just run into two very nice ones up ahead of her.
There's a lot of ifs in this particular class because the first thing is obviously there's 4 quality cattle, 3 of which can go at a really, really interesting rate. And then this is the fun part about showing calves. And I tell Carter and the kids all the time, before we go to show our calf, I said, "Do you like your calf?" And they say yes. I said, "Cool. The judge might not, and we can't go buy another one. So just keep in mind, like your calf." All 3 of these exhibitors make sure and you like your calf. All 3 of these upper end cattle need to do something different to stay together, and if they do, this alignment can look different. If I start at the ground, without a doubt, for me personally, what I like, that's the biggest footed, biggest boned, slickest necked one that's the skinniest today of the initial 3. I want February still to be skinny. I get in front of them, I get behind them. This one's skinny, but yet has the right shape, the right feature. When she gets in motion, this heifer's angle and slope to her shoulder down through her front chest is going to have to stay right. If the slope and agility and reach out of her front end stays right, that one you can build a lot of interesting things on simply because of her foot and foundation, and she's the skinniest one. This one right here, as she becomes more of a docile show heifer, I think we've really got something to work on. High-powered, long-bodied, deep-bodied, and I mean giraffe necked up high. When she fights the halter, she's a little dainty at the ground. Well, then she gets to throwing her front knee and front foot, and I want to make sure that that's strong enough and comfortable enough up front. And as she gets relaxed in the ring and it comes together, then I think that heifer can continue to go up. I want a stronger front knee. Maybe the depth of body and the soft hind leg set that I like from a profile is this strong-built brood cow in 3. But I step in front of her, I study her chest, and I study her openness of blade right now. That has to stay together from this point on through the rest of her growth curve. If it does, right at the top of her blade, then this is the utility power cow that's the safe choice of all 3 of those. I went a little higher risk, higher reward in the 2 that I used. Nice calf, off in her hair cycle, not maybe quite as presented as good, but check out the foundation. Bone's good, length of body's good, length of neck's good. Just doesn't bring the extras that some of those other cattle did. My compliments, a really interesting class of February's to discuss.
Over here on the main Angus side in this February female that as she stopped and parked here and give us this look, there's a tremendous amount of cow in this heifer, a heifer with all kinds of depth of body. She is super explosive through her forerib and all the way back to her flank. She is really good in her angles and really good in her flexibility. She's probably carrying every bit as much condition as what I need to see out here today, but I think she handles it relatively well. I do think if she's freshened up a touch, I like her even better, but still one that I like quite a bit. Very good single entry out here.
And catching it up over in your main Angus female show, placings in class number 28 are as followed. First place goes into number 249, ETM Jenna, exhibited by Tatum Lear of Mono, Indiana. Second place goes into number 248, KNJ Lila 257L, exhibited by Jacob Bessener of Grandmont, Illinois. Third place in that class goes into number 251, Miss Roxy, exhibited by Caitlin Larimore of Selman, Indiana. First place in class number 29 goes into number 256, Camel Go Queen, exhibited by Whitney Emmerling of South Vienna, Ohio. Now in the ring is the selection of your main Angus Division 5 champion.
Let's go ahead and let's walk all three of these one more time, please.
I know I've said this, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but maybe as consistently high quality a pair as what we've had in the ring within this particular group or particular pair out here. Really, really, really good cattle, and I think it's close in my opinion. I just told Dad, I said, hey, we got one that's really a basic female that you want a whole bunch of. Then we got one that brings the extras. The key is the one that brings the extras. You got to ask yourself, what are the lines in the sand? What are the shades of gray that you're willing to accept? Your class winner is the EST in terms of stoutest, widest, boldest, coolest looking, but she's also just a shot cumbersome in terms of her motion, but she has got a lot of horsepower and packing a lot of punch. Young lady right here has got your class winner. I like this kind of cattle. You can build a cow base that's productive. You can build a cow base that's functional and take them a lot of different ways. Ever didn't want to lead the way out the best. And you got to ask, hey, when you get in behind her, I think there's plenty of width, but there's not near the gorilla horsepower that was in the class winner. But I will always appreciate livestock that are right in their build, right in their angles. This is the sounder pair, cattle of the pair. And so very, very close, both high quality. My compliments to those two.
on the main Angus side. We didn't have a lot here in the junior yearling division, and I guess we got some challenges for me because I do think all three of these I think are very, very nice. I think there's give and take amongst them. I think you could argue some different things. For me, the one that is probably logical just in terms of the stoutness, the power, the freshness she's got, as I mentioned, maybe not ideal in how she gets around the ring, but we're going to call her more than sound enough relative to this division. That's going to be the class winner out of our first class. She'll be our division winner. To me, it comes down then to the pair, the second place female and the other class winner obviously are our two contenders, and I think it's close, and that's why I walked them a second time. Our other class winner, as I talked to her in class when she stops and parks, she gives you a lot of neat things to look at and talk about. We ask her to get out and go. That extra condition really works against her. She really wants to look soft. It makes her look a little bit more frailer and a little more refined. You know, as I kind of picked on our second place heifer out of the first class, you know, she isn't exactly skinny, but she's certainly significantly leaner and fresher than our class winner from class 2. As I walk them again, I do think this heifer that's second out of class 1 is easily probably the soundest one that we had a whole division in terms of how she just gets out and goes, sets them down. She's a big-footed kind of a female. She is one, as I picked on her in class, maybe doesn't balance up ideally in terms of kind of where her chest floor sits and her thicker neck there, but I think in terms of just her extra bone, her extra foot, her extra freshness and mobility, she's going to be our reserve champion in this division. Congratulations to this young man.
And your Division 5 main Angus winner goes to entry number 249, ETM Jenna, exhibited by Tatum Lear of Mono, Indiana. And your Reserve Division 5 goes to entry number 248, KNJ Lila 257, exhibited by Jacob Bressener of Graymont, Illinois. Congratulations. Now making her way in the ring is Class 30 main Angus females.
Go ahead and make another lap if you would, please. Sorry, I was watching my son mess up the Keisha over there. She's due January 10th. Very nice single entry here on the senior yearling on the main Angus side. One that's for a heifer this age is very, very fresh. She's very, very athletic. She moves good. Young man tells me she's due a calf in February, which I'd say, or January, excuse me, which I'd say the udder, that one's starting to get underneath her. I'd say sure looks spot on. High quality kind of a female that's got some muscle, some capacity to her. Very, very, very nice way to end this for this single entry in the senior yearling division. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 20 and automatic Division 6 champion in your main Angus female show goes to entry number 260, KNJ Mercedes 912K, exhibited by Corey Mosier of Larchwood, Iowa. Congratulations.
You know, one thing's for sure, when you lean on that white picket fence down there, you have two options. When you're done with showing your animal, you either go to the backdrop and think the judge is a genius, or you walk back to the stalls with following your cattle thinking, man, that guy doesn't know anything. This is the interesting part about us as evaluators. I love to study the creature, and I love to study angles and design and feature. Obviously, I love to push the envelope in terms of making cattle that are memorable, making livestock that first impression make you take 2 steps back and think, sweet baby Jesus, what is that? But as we do push the envelope in so many regions, the ability of cattle to be sound, or what is sound enough, boy, that shade of gray can really get to going. These are 4 excellent kind of females. Obviously, they're expensive. You know, you look at the quality, and they're going to cost a little bit. They're high quality, and they should, in my opinion. We look at our 2 class winners. I like the feature. I like the foundation. On the stand, I think it's close. One of them simply more comfortable when they get in motion. We look at our 2 second place. I like that second place winner already settled, or second place cattle in the first class already settling in better. Don't know if she's ever going to have a bigger front leg as these other 2 up front. I like the utility of the one in the second class. Probably the best footed cattle in there. Don't know if there was just enough wow factor initially for me. And so I think this is a real close call, just like the last division. I'm going to go ahead and use our first class winner for champion division. Young lady that wins the second class in the pink shirts reserve. Let's give all 4 a nice round of applause.
And your division winner over in your Keangus female show goes to entry number 46, BMW Dolly 206M, exhibited by Hadley Wyatt and Blaine Dunkla of Wayne, Nebraska. And your reserve division goes to entry number 50, TSSC, Who's Gonna Play 4015M, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana.
Only got one. I promise I won't take long. Got it December. We switched divisions. You know, you got to refocus. You got to get the last division out of your mind and refocus again. We start in easy fashion here. High quality, muscular, kind of a key heifer. Lots of bone, lots of feature here. Nice individual entry.
Over here on the main Angus side, as we get ready to pick our champion and our reserve, I guess it's one of those things as a judge. It's a nice problem to have when you have this many good options out here, you know, and I don't know that there's a perfect one that I say just has to come out and win, but there's several different directions that I could go and be really happy. And I tell you what, from a main Angus standpoint, you know, I was thinking all 3 of those calf classes in division, just how incredibly good that's been. I know it hasn't been very many years that the main Angus program's been in place, and we've dabbled with it at our own place and making some of these. And I tell you what, as I was watching those calves, it was pretty evident to me just how rapid as main breeders you guys have adopted this program, how much quality you've put in place in a big hurry, and then the beautiful future that's ahead of this breed and this division within the main breed for what this combination and this main Angus can do, because it was really good. And as I mentioned, you know, I guess it was during the Maintainer Bull Show I talked about, I'm one of those guys that the longer I feed cattle and show cattle and exhibit cattle, the more I realize that, you know, no matter how good you think they are as calves, a lot of things can change in another year. And but I tell you what, I'm, like I said, I'm not the kind of guy to gravitate towards these young ones for an overall if I've got quality big ones. But these 2 calves down here in particular, that one out of the first division, if I were going to use a calf, that one's right there, really one to consider. You know, and certainly that calf out of the second division, and the 2 reserves behind them, that's 4 outstanding individuals. But as I kind of mentioned, you know, when we've got high quality older ones that have been there, done that, so to speak, you know, that's kind of where I like to settle if I think they're good enough to do it. I think we've got 2 out here that are. I'm going to go through and show you how I like them for champion and reserve. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Outstanding main Angus show.
And your grand champion, Maine Angus, here at the North American, goes to entry at number 238, Curtains Hankey 80K, exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion, Maine Angus female, goes entry number 260, K&J Mercedes 912K, exhibited by Corey Mosier of Larchwood, Iowa. Congratulations. And again, we will be taking pictures of your Maine Angus, and then we'll be moving on to Class 31 maintainer females. And over in your Chianina show, each year since 1978, the exhibitors at the ACA National Show select a herdsman of the year. Voted on by their peers, this award is presented to a person who exemplifies integrity, hard work, and is a true believer in the Keangus breed. In 2010, the award was renamed the Keith Dunsbury Herdsman of the Year Award, in memory of the well-respected longtime herdsman for Rock and J Ranch in Nebraska, who left the world far too soon and was the first recipient of the award back in 1978. This year, the 2024 ACA Herdsman of the Year Award goes to Colton and Hunter Prescott. Colton and Hunter Prescott own and operate Prescott Cattle Company in Winchester, Indiana. They utilize an extensive embryo program, giving them the opportunity to raise high-quality Chianina genetics that they then market to juniors and breeders all across the country. Their commitment to the junior program is evident as they work to help these young members get started in the breed and build their own programs. Colton is an agricultural education teacher at Winchester Community High School, and Hunter is a crop insurance adjuster with RCIS. Please help us and congratulate Colton and Hunter Prescott for the 2024 ACA Herdsman of the Year. If Colton and Hunter, if you would please come to the backdrop for a photo, we would surely appreciate it.
I tell you what, here in the Keyside, we had a gentleman take a pretty tough fall. I hope he is okay and getting tended to. That was a pretty substantial collision. I think these four cattle fit together very well. We're going to leave them just as they are. Did just one switch there. I think our top pair of cattle from their shoulder back are very similar. They're both correct. They're both big bone. They're both sound. They're both good bodied. They're both long hipped, and their tail heads fit in them both very nicely. What's the difference? That one's got a little jazzier neck, a little neater head. This one's just a nickel planer, and I think that sort's a very high-quality pair, first and second. Down here for 3 and 4, both cattle are a little rigid. I thought this heifer here fit together just a shot better, a little more foundation. And the faster that this heifer goes, the more uncoordinated she gets behind. Love her length of neck, love her length of top line. Today, she's a bit nervous, and when she gets to hunkering down on those hind legs, doesn't maybe quite as stable. Good class, my compliments. We have an individual fall entry here that I sure think maternal body shape and sweep is good. On the stand, we really like this heifer. She comes in, she'll be just a little off in terms of her top line, a little tight in her spine, but then she settles in really good when you get her parked head to tail. Nice heifer here, going to be a good division of fall borns.
And catching you up over in your Keangus female show placings in class number 79 are as followed. First place goes inch number 55, MRN Miss Burt, exhibited by Isabella Stanfield of Seymour, Indiana. And second place in that class will go to entry number 57, SAET Elegant Elena, exhibited by Wesley Assap of Verona, Kentucky. Third place goes entry number 56, TSSC Playdate 3912, exhibited by Kaylin LaRange of Rising Sun, Indiana. Fourth place goes to number 58, Dreamin' 035L, exhibited by Jason Thomas of Dunlap, Tennessee. 54 was a scratch. And first place in class number 80 it goes to entry number 60, PCC DKBF Dat Girl 522L, exhibited by Camera Cook of Clovis, California. And please note entry number 61 and 63 were a scratch. Now in the ring is class 81 Keangus Senior Heifer Calves. And please note this, class 81 is a scratch. Again, class 81 is a scratch. We're now ready for your Keangus Senior Heifer Calf Division champion.
I like when things fit together in my mind. We've talked to cattle individually. This is a good fall division out here. I think your champion really suits me well in a lot of areas because we just talked in the last division. Man, you try to make cattle stout and powerful and burly and all the ESTs, but then we can't sacrifice structure. I think your pair of cattle within this division do a great job of having a lot of extras, but most importantly, their foot angle and their shape is really good. We're going to keep the pair out of class 2 together. Champions, young man in the glasses, young lady back there second. It's going to be reserve division. Let's give all 4 exhibitors in the Chianina show a nice round of applause.
And your Senior Heifer Calf Division champion goes to entry number 55, MRN Miss Burt, exhibited by Isabel Stanfield of Seymour, Indiana. And your Reserve Division champion goes into number 57, SAET Elegant Elena, exhibited by Wesley Aslap of Verona, Kentucky. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 84 Keangus Summer Yearling Heifers.
Got another good pair out here to study, and in my opinion, it doesn't take long. We're going to leave them just as they are so the viewing audience at home can get a good shot from a profile. Young man down here has got him a high-quality Chianina female in terms of look and build, freshness. I love how fresh that heifer is. Chest floor is setting in her right. That's a good kind of cattle. Young man here has got a basic practical one, just a little more general in terms of her build through her neck and shoulder and front end. Want to give her just a little more jazz if we could.
And first place in Class 84 over in your Keanina female show and automatic division champion goes to 70. Dunk Fits Missy at 302L, exhibited by William Miller of Gridley, Illinois. And second place in that class and your reserve division champion goes to entry number 72, TSSC HWC Who We Playin', exhibited by Drew Diehouse of Broadhead, Kentucky. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 87 Keanina Late Spring Yearling Heifers. And we are ready for that Class 31 maintainer heifer calves. Again, we're ready for that Class 31 maintainer heifer calves to make their way into the ring.
Great pair of heifers that are very, very debatable and very close, depending on what you want to study. And I think bring different judges in, and they can focus on different regions. I told Dad, I said I prefer the young man's heifer here to start. I think this heifer is just more appropriate in her condition, and probably her greatest advantage for me is her angle and set to her knee. But then as you study the posture and set to her hock and rear foot, it's a little more correct than what our heifer that is going to be second get in front of the cattle. And I think even though she's a little wide at the base of her shoulder, she's still fresher down through her neck and chest floor than what the one is in second. Good cattle on the stand, pretty solid in motion. This young lady does a great job. Heads up, fresh on the top side of her neck. Get in front of this cattle, and this thing is to me a little husky up front. But my challenge is when I get her in motion, this heifer will pull her hock in and get her rear foot outside her skeleton. I want to stabilize and make that just a little more correct. Very, very high quality pair, very debatable on how you want to put them together.
And placings in class number 87 over in your Chianina female show and automatic division champion goes to entry number 78, JSUL Hoo 3294, exhibited by Quentin Day of Lovington, Illinois. And second place in your reserve division goes to entry number 77, BMW Fry Maya, exhibited by Morgan and Neal of Bellevue, Ohio. Congratulations.
Got a real nice class to sort here as we're getting up in age and maturity. Young lady comes in with a real strong candidate in terms of where the Chianina females want to be today. Got the mass, the bone, the function, the brood cow kind of basics, but then she puts it together in a very proportional, very elegant package up front. Pretty solid class winner. I like the foot and the foundation. I like the freshness of the heifer in second over the 1 and 3rd. To me, when this heifer gets in motion, she's a little lethargic off of her rear two relative to our class winner, but I think her condition with genuine horsepower is better than the 1 and 3rd. 1 and 3rd's got the mass, the weight, the substance, the brood cow power. Her shoulder and chest is a little more separated than the top pair. She comes in a couple more pieces than what her top pair does, but tremendous stoutness and feature, genuine width.
As we start off in our maintainer show here, to me, we've got a very easy place to start. And then after that, we've got a set of heifers that we could kind of jumble around. And as you'd expect, on these young calves, they've, probably never been in the ring before, not much. There's a lot of difference on how they're acting, how they're wanting to show, things to try to kind of sort through. But I think our class winner does so pretty easy. Awesome at the ground, huge body, great fronted, plenty enough muscle for a female. Just one that makes my job easy out here. Congratulations, young man. After that, a little more give and take. Young lady's heifer, I think to me, she first hits me as one that's maybe just a little harsher in her rib shape and her build, but boy, the longer she's out here, she gives you such a great profile. I think she's sound enough when she gets out and goes. Maybe wants to be a touch more awkward there in the hock in the ground than ideal, but I think especially relative to the rest of these females, to me, she's a safe place to land in second. I think a female in third is very much like her. Maybe not just the softest bellied one you'd ever see, but I think a very sound, very stout, very big-footed one that has plenty of muscle shape and a really nice look to her. This is one here coming out next, and obviously very green, very youthful. I think one that has a huge, really bright future ahead of her as she settles down and shows herself. That thing is extreme up through her front end. She is big-bodied. She's good bone, good at the ground. She does maybe question just a bit, if she is a little piecey, wants to get a little harsher in her forerib, a little piecier there back through her flank, but I think as she settles down, relaxes, lets herself get shows and matures, that could all come together, and that one could be really good. Then we come next with a female there again, one of those kind of fighting the halter, makes her question her hip and her shoulder just a bit, makes you question how she puts it all together, but I think the pieces there, she is probably one of the best bodied ones, particularly in relation to a couple of those right ahead of her, and I appreciate that about her, just maybe not the look, maybe not the neat, attractive, feminine look up through her front third. And then we finish up with another female that has a lot of usefulness in terms of her length, in terms of her muscle shape. She maybe doesn't have quite that soft center body of a couple of those other heifers, maybe doesn't put it all together in terms of her neatness and attractiveness of some. She gets a little harder in her spine, a little higher in her tail head when she goes, but appreciate the thickness and the length and the extension she has.
And first place in Class 31 over in your maintainer female show goes to entry number 96, Simone, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 103, JWC Bubbles 4444M, exhibited by Clara Bremer of Blakesburg, Iowa. Third place in that class goes entry number 104, LMJ Miss Hook 37, exhibited by Jeff Miller of Coulter, Indiana. Fourth place in that class goes entry number 97, LRCC Saw Swing 201M, exhibited by Trace Falkenstein of Owensgo, Kansas. Fifth place goes entry number 107, exhibited by Jeff Miller of Coulter, Indiana. Sixth place in that class goes entry number 94, exhibited by Keangus of Hamilton, Michigan. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 32 maintainer females. And placings in Class 90 over in your Chianina female show are as followed. First place and automatic division champion goes entry number 84, CLAC Houdat Fancy 443L, exhibited by Hadley White and Blaine Dunkla of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place goes entry number 92, BMWY Not 302L, exhibited by Mallory Johnson of Churchburg, Indiana. And third place in that class goes entry number 88, Prez Zeta 316L, exhibited by Prescott Cattle Company of Winchester, Indiana. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 93 Keangus Junior Yearling Females.
In this particular drive, you know, I think Dad and I come together, and Dad's like, "Man, this one in first has probably got plenty of juice on her." And I said, "Man, I tell you, I'd rather have a little bit huskier, big bred going towards parturition than I would the other. Would we halt her just a little bit and slow her down? I think if you slowed her down a little bit, she becomes just a nickel more comfortable. But I study her angle and slope and set to her front pasture, and I study her angle and set to her hind leg and how she uses her hock in motion. I study the shape to her neck as it ties in the top of her shoulder. Those three subtle regions added with she is the widest. I think that's still the place to start. Love the bone, the feature, and the red one here in second. I like on the stand, like Dad said, hey, I like this one a bunch on the stand. This heifer's a little masculine at the top of her neck when she ties into her shoulder. Then when she gets in motion, in my opinion, she's a shot more mechanical in how she uses her hock. So we'll go ahead and put her second. Study relative to mature cow size. I like this one the best of the remaining three. She's the more sensible cattle that's got some openness and some dimension. She's a nickel refined, but I think the basics in terms of replacement functionality, I like where she's at. Got a great big long high performing one here with lots of bone. Study the shape, study the condition. I don't like how that heifer balances and has stayed not quite as fresh as we'd like her to. Our final heifer within the group, from a profile, I like some quality. Get on both ends of this cattle, and she tends to narrow to the ground and the base of her skeleton. Want to just let that be a little more genuine when we get on both ends. we're going to finish the key show in good fashion here. We got a class right. Nice senior yearling out here. Boy's done a good job of keeping her fresh, keeping her condition right. Beautiful look up front. Really nice body shape to the middle part of that cattle. That view right there from the viewing audience at home on the camera or in the stands, that's a good captivating look, an image there of quality.
Really a nice pair up here on the top end of this maintainer show, and I think this pair is very, very close, and I think there's some give and take between this pair. This one they start is so stout, so rugged, so powerful, and handles it so well at the ground. Big-footed, big ribbed, lots of muscle when we get behind her. With that extra power, she is not as neat and as elegant and as ladylike through that front third of her skeleton as the heifer is in second, and to me that's a trade-off, and that's why I certainly very much considered flipping this pair. As I get up on this second place heifer, though, she gives up so much in terms of just width and power. She comes out of her shoulder, she's flatter, she's narrow, she doesn't have that power out her hip, but man, just the feminine, ladylike cow look this one has really, really draws me to her. I think that pair is extremely close. They're different kinds of heifers, both very, very, very high quality. I think then we come into one in third that to me just hit a tough class. She is not quite as secure at the ground as that top pair. She is just a little harder through her center body, but she is one that gives you an awesome look. Young man gets her all set up from here to the side. She gives you a beautiful profile. She's just not quite as bulky, not quite as dense, not quite the power, and just not quite as secure in how she handles those feet and pasterns. Then we come into one next. If this one's angles were just a touch different, she gives that top pair a run. She's just ever so slightly straighter in that front shoulder and knee. Just comes across just a little bit wider up front, not quite as athletic in how she gets around and travels, but she is a good-looking female that's stout, that's powerful, that's certainly right there a contender in the top end of that class. Then we get into three heifers after that. There's just some give and take between them. Young man's heifer then that comes out fourth. She's one that's got some rib shape to her. She's got some femininity to her. She has some muscle. She's a little stouter in her structure than the heifer that comes out in fifth. She's one that's just a little more refined, a little frailer, but she is a female with a lot of length of body that's good in her movement. And then we finish up with another female with a lot of length, a lot of muscle shape and dimension. I'd like to give her a little bit more depth to her forerib, back into her flank, maybe see her handle her hock just a touch different.
Here in our final division of keys, I sure think we've got lots of quality, and I think it exemplifies the quality of breed that you folks have worked on and gotten things put together in good fashion. Basically focus on the female and the rest will take care of itself. Got three excellent cattle out here. There's two of them that maybe just a little more pen ready to show today in terms of presentation, and just a little stouter skeleton kind of cattle, but I sure think all three have very, very functional builds to them. I think they're really nice cow prospects. We're going to keep in a show ring setting the two together out of the first class. Black, white bellied heifers champion, red heifers reserve division. Let's give all three exhibitors a good round of applause.
And placings in Class 93 over in your Keangus female show are as followed. First place and division champion goes entry number 93, JSUL Stellar Darlin 3105, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Second place and your reserve division champion goes entry number 95, DSUL Lady in Red 332L, exhibited by Brayla Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. And third place in Class 93 goes entry number 94, MFS Sultry Carrot 19L, exhibited by Morgan Dystrick of Wayland, Michigan. Fourth place in that class goes entry number 99, Reavers Carly Joe, exhibited by Bailey McCollum of Cocolo, Iowa. Fifth place in that class goes entry number 101, exhibited by Macy Stanley of Chiltero, Ohio. And please note, entry number 98 was a scratch. And first place in class 94 in your Keangus show goes entry number 102, LJR Miss Lithium 223L, exhibited by Owen Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. Again, congratulations. We're now ready to select your grand champion, Keia female, here in Broadbent Arena. And placings in class number 32 over in your maintainer female show are as followed. First place goes entry number 111, TSSC BTOM Micah Clunas, exhibited by Hogan Henderson of Farmland, Indiana. Second place in that class goes entry number 114, MFS Press Angel Games, exhibited by Gabrielle Tebow of Idleville, Indiana. Third place in that class goes entry number 507, L-Man Tammy, exhibited by Harrison Staffine of New Concord, Ohio. And fourth place in that class goes entry number 141, KABG Moxie, exhibited by Clara Bremer of Blakesburg, Iowa. Fifth place in that class goes entry number 109, exhibited by Easton Sherman of Howe, Indiana. And sixth place goes entry number 110, exhibited by Kenley Klein of Ripley, Ohio. And seventh place goes entry number 112, exhibited by Kivo ChiAngus of Hamilton, Michigan. Please note, 108 was a scratch. If folks around ringside, if you could join me in giving Mr. Mark and Dan Hogue a big round of applause for being out here with us today and evaluating our cattle here at the North American. And over in your Chianina show, the 2024 Chianina Premier Exhibitor of the Year is Brittany Ashton of Ohio. Congratulations. And the 2024 Keia Premier Breeder is Sarah Sullivan of Iowa. Again, congratulations to those for a great, great show.
As we come to the close of our Chianina female show, you know, we don't want to take a lot of time. I thought we'd be done before 5. The Limmies still have to show, and the white cows are showing in Freedom Hall. And so the open show is interesting at national shows because we come here for the chips, and we come here for the junior show. We enter for the open show, and man, these cattle can be tired. The fitting crew is tired. The showmen are tired. And then last thing you want is some long-winded judge randomly just talking forever. You want to go show your calf, get a ribbon, go break them down, and try to get to supper as soon as you can, because it has been a grueling, great, absolutely great couple of days. And so here's my problem. I enjoy working with Dad. I said, Dad, we're going to rotate the microphone today and just go back and forth. And he told me this morning, I just kind of want to walk around. I said, hey, there's going to be some big-time tough decisions to be made. This is not a free ride today. I need your opinion. And so we're going to talk and rotate classes today. All of a sudden, I said, hey, you want the microphone? He goes, no, not till the end. I'll be fine. And so I've spoke about the cattle with you today on the microphone, not because I thought I was cooler than he is. He just didn't want to talk. And so as a result, he's going to make some comments at the end. This is what I love about Louisville. Louisville's, to me, my favorite show. We like to have our cattle on point and ready. And what I love about Louisville and Kansas City and going to Oklahoma City, from about here on, man, we're re-racking the barn. We're restocking the barn. This is the future for next year. This is what we get to look forward to. You get from a fall calf to right here. This is the proven commodity that we want to finish campaigning at the American Royal, at the North American, at the stock show until they calve in Oklahoma City. And so I like that kind of speed. I want to have good babies that have bright futures, and the anticipation and excitement for what those cattle will look like next year at the North American are great, but we're not going to deny powerful cattle at this end that are proven and ready to rock and roll. And so I've talked to Dad about it. We've tried to keep cattle genuine. We've tried to keep them acceptable in their condition, and we've tried to bring as many extras as we possibly could to the table out here. And so we've tried to do that for you. It's not an absolute science. It's not we're right and the rest of you are wrong. It's simply a matter of opinion. I've really enjoyed studying the cattle. It's been my observation over the last 2 days of junior shows and watching cattle up and down the aisle. We as an industry, I encourage you to continue to work on foot quality and breeding females, and I continue to encourage you to work on hind leg posture and truly what is structure, because today we have modern day show cows that move sound from the side but are different and deviated from both ends. We have cattle that are square on both ends that have a little different orientation from a side view. So really interesting, and it's no species specific, and we fight it in all the species that we show and feed at home. I love the art of animal breeding. I love the science and the focus. Hopefully you had fun at the North American Chianina exhibitors. I hope you enjoyed our comments today. I'll go ahead and select your champion, and then we'll talk just briefly here for reserve.
Over here on the main side, we'll keep it going here with these maintainers. And we got a top pair here that, you know, we spent a little bit of time kind of weeding through the rest of these basically to get back to a pair that stood out as soon as they hit the ring. And to me, this red one is just the one that's so complete and so nicely balanced. She's fresh, she's youthful, she's feminine. She's got just a lot of rib-shaped sound, and she's really square and really stout when I get in behind her. And that's where the big advantage is compared to the female in second. I love this heifer in second. second in terms of her balance, in terms of how she handles her feet and her bone and how she gets around. I'd just like to change her hip just a touch, square her up and power her up there to run with that class winner, but two very, very high quality ones. From there, I think there's some more give and take. This heifer in third for me is just a really nicely balanced, really complete, real problem-free one. She certainly maybe doesn't have those extras of that top pair, but I think she puts it all together very, very nicely and very, very neatly. High quality heifer there in third as well. Then we get one here in this blue roan coming out that's a little harder to evaluate with that color in that hair coat, but the longer I study that one, I think it's a little harder to pick a hole in that one. She's not as stout. She's maybe not put together quite as neat as that top pair, but in terms of wanting some body and some muscle that can get around and move, I think just a nice kind of a female next there. Then we have one from her shoulders back. I love this heifer. She's big bone, she's big footed, she's rugged in her design with all kinds of body shape and dimension. It's just her front third I'd like to sharpen up just a touch, but I think as that one matures, I think the cow look in that female, that one's got a lot of good and going to have a better day. Just today, maybe not quite as fresh and not quite as neat and attractive and feminine in her overall look. Then we come next with a stout, bulky, powerful one that maybe just question a couple little things about her structure. For that added frame size and power, I question maybe her shoulder, question how she handles her hock at time. You can't deny the thickness, the rib shape, the structure, the stoutness of bone. I'd just like to see her put together neatly, particularly through that shoulder. Follow her then with one that's just a little straighter and a little bit more refined. I like her femininity from the side. I like her rib shape. I just like to give her a little more angle to that front shoulder, have her reach out and travel just a touch better. We follow her then with one that's just a little bit plainer up through that front third, a little more refined in her bone work, but she's big bodied and she's got some muscle shape behind her. Just like to stouten her up at the ground just a touch. We come next into young man's was standing down there, that there again from her shoulders back. We like a lot of things about the rib shape and power in that heifer, but just plainer up through that front third. And then finish the class with one that just not quite as sharp and attractive a look. She's got a little more navel, she's got a little more chest, she's a little more refined and frail than some of the higher up cattle, but she does have some length and she is sound in her movement.
Mic test.
Test.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an honor to be here again at the National Key Show. I opted not to make comments and alternate with Mark today simply because of the schedule that these show rings are on, and you can just see two different judges tend to migrate a little bit on the microphone. And as Blake Bloomberg, if you're still standing down here, can tell you in the classroom, I can wander quite a bit. 45 years ago, yes, about approximately 45 years ago, in Freedom Hall was one of the very first key show at the North American. And it was opposite the Angus, the National Angus show ring. And there was about 2 or 3 people deep in the Angus show ring. And I and about 5 others were watching these great white cattle from Italy in the show ring. Big key heifer big full-blood heifer got away, went over in the Angus show ring. And that was an interesting sight in itself, because as we came out of the compressed cattle era of the 50s and 60s and the onslaught of the continental breeds from Europe, and a friend of mine came over and said to me, "Hogue, why are you wasting your time watching this show?" And I said, "I believe they have a place in America's beef industry. And if we compliment you breeders that have used key cattle and putting your cattle together like you have for the last half a century and can bring out what you are bringing out today, I compliment the Chianina breed. I compliment the continental breeds from Europe and what you folks have done, because when you talk about carcass weights and live weights in cattle these days, these kind of cattle with these kind of genetics coupled with the Angus breed and the Hereford breeds and the Shorthorns, they can really, really maximize profit in the beef industry today. And so to Heather, wherever, thank you so much for the invitation. To the board of directors, to the junior directors out here, you've been great to work with, and we compliment you for that. I'd like to simply make one other comment, and it's a little emotional here, but this is my third National Key Show at the Great North American, and on this particular day, which is Monday, November 18th, 2024, 3 generations of hogs are judging here today. Myself, Mark, and Carter in the junior college. And so when you talk about the journey that teaching and coaching is all about and judging livestock shows, it's been a great journey, great finish. Going to name this young lady right here the reserve female.
And your grand champion Keangus female here at the 2024 North American goes to entry number 93, JSUL Stellar Darlin, 3105, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion female here at the North American will go to entry number 84, CLAC Houdat Fancy 443L, exhibited by Hadley White and Blaine Dunklin of Wayne, Nebraska. Congratulations. And again, congratulations to all the key exhibitors for a successful show here in Broadbent Arena. We will take some pictures of those champions, and then we'll be moving on to our limb